then we can create the conversation. So, and really, Jane saying to me all through this, like, we have been dealing with this issue for so many years. But the issue that we always were focused on was the balance billing issue.
Yep.
That was the primary issue, is that we wanted to get rid of balance billing. And we were certainly acutely aware that the reason why balance billing exists is that the ambulance companies are not getting enough reimbursement. Okay. So what's happened in my mind in terms of what Senate Bill 407 is, it comes in and say, no, we don't care about the balance issue. All we care about is how do we get more money for the ambulance companies. And so I'm a little put off because the insurance department had the study committee. We talked about legislation and how important that study committee was going to try to get to a resolution and work on some resolution. And then we were told there was a Senate bill, and evidently the Senate bill was hijacked and turned into something much different when it came to this rate setting thing. And the idea that we're going to rate set is just an anathema to me. The idea that we, the legislature, are going to start, doing the 320, whatever, just that whole idea is we've never done that before. All I can imagine is the precedent by setting that, then everyone who feels like they're not getting enough will come running in and saying, we want you to rate set for us. So when I'm going through my head in terms of how we get to where we were and what do we really want to be doing here. Okay. So given that the ultimate goal that we were hoping that we expected the legislation to do, balance billing, is still in Senate Bill 407. That to me right out of the block gives, and then have the rate setting. I'm really having a little trouble trying to make that bill as amended work at all. Okay. So my inclination would be to interim study it. Okay. However, let me finish one more thought and then we'll take. But however, when I was discussing calling, I talked to you last night, and I guess I'm allowed to say that it's not illegally because it was just one-on-one.
And I taped it.
Okay. Yeah, right. Well, then you broke the law. You broke the law. So that the issue was that, that's if we were to stay the course that we thought we were on, and which was that, how are we going to get to that? How do we get rid of the balance billing? Where is that balance billing? And it had struck me that during the hearing that ambulance services is as important to every city and town as all their other municipal services, fire department, police, whatever. It's just another municipal service. And that, and theoretically, everybody, and I know my town does it, every town has money in their budget for the ambulance service. And yes, it is a private, in our case, it's a nonprofit, but in other cases, it's a private. In some cases, it's actually part of the fire department. So every town theoretically could have solved the balance billing problem if they just paid for it.
Yeah, raise taxes.
No, well, they would pay through taxes, but they could pay the balance billing, and we did hear that there was a certain town that actually did that they don't balance bill their residents. They just pay for it.
What about the teeny tiny towns that don't have the population?
Well, they say the teeny tiny town, which I would call my town, maybe not teeny tiny, but we're 6,000 people. That we actually, our town in Jaffrey has a nonprofit ambulance service between the two towns, and we basically fund it.
We have about 800.
Right. So, and how does your ambulance service stay afloat?
We have volunteers.
And it's paid through the town. There's a line item in your town budget for them. Okay. So the issue came into my mind is, so the towns could solve this problem by just, hitting the taxpayers, but the taxpayers probably don't really want to pay for it. And they probably want that skin in the game. They want the person who called the ambulance to have some skin in the game, to have that copay. They want that balance, but they don't say we don't want to pay it all. We want that person to be, you call it because you really need it. You understand the consequence that it's got to have to be paid for.
Yeah.
So
But
if you have a
sometimes
heart attack, and you don't have money, you shouldn't call the ambulance?
no, and I'm saying that obviously some towns do pay for it.
Yeah.
Okay, and my understanding is if you had a heart attack and you're an indigent, that they'll write it off. Then most towns write it off. Okay, so again, now I'm off on this other tangent. I'm still dealing with the balance billing issue. I'm not even talking about how we fully reimburse, the ambulances to get what they really need. And you said to me, well, the one thing that we're intrigued about with the insurance department amendment was that it had in that amendment had this collection system, so we can really find out what is going on out there. So it does seem to me appropriate that before we implement a system where a fee system, and before we do them all, we should actually have real data on exactly what is the financial of all these different entities. What is going on with the small towns versus the big towns?
Yeah.
What is really going? We
How
really
long is that gonna take?
so what was the time frame in your amendment?
Well, but this has gone on and on and on for years, and now we're saying we need 2 more years to evaluate it, and that doesn't seem to work.
Well, the only comment I would have with that is when you say gone on and on, theoretically, they've been underfunded since I've ever served on this committee. So 30 years.
Yeah.
So we're gonna
Okay.
say, okay, we're gonna make it 2 more.
Well, we're making it 2 more with the showing that we're a good faith interest, that if we can intervene and do something about it, that we're willing to try and look at it. But at the end of the day, the question is how many ambulance companies have gone out of business because they keep threatening the sky's falling, have gone out of business in my 30 years?
Yeah.
Well, I know of one in Keene, and if anybody really wants to know the true story, I happen to have a little bit of insight on it since I live in Cheshire County, and we ended up creating the replacement. So we can talk about that, but at the end of the day, the struggles that they're having, whatever they're having, I think before we go into the rate setting business, we really need to know exactly what we're dealing
So
with.
are you, and I don't mean this in a antagonistic way, are you proposing that we wait the 2 years and not do anything right now?
So in terms of the issue of balance billing, I mean, I would like to say, let's just ban balance billing. Okay, but you really want to have. I mean, so you're saying, you just want to have a bill that says we ban
I didn't
balance.
say that, I'm just saying, I'm uncomfortable, I don't know what, I mean, I'm not gonna, I don't know what the solution is, I'm uncomfortable saying we're not gonna do anything for 2 years, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, you're not too excited about putting this off. You
For
feel
2
like
years.
today's the crisis.
I think the
Then
data.
where was the crisis? Last 2 years ago or last year we had
I
the same
wanna
crisis.
hear from
Okay.
Representative Spear.
Representative Spear.
Okay, putting my engineering hat on and I'm working with the numbers. What this bill does, and as you pointed out, and as I incorrectly asked the question yesterday, I asked a couple of the folks, would the 325% fix your problem? And they said yes, except that I did not ask the right question. The question really is, the only people that would be paying the 325% are the 8.6% of the insured population that is fully insured. They are the only ones that would be paying the 325%.
Correct.
All of the others, the over 90% of people, just go on and do whatever they're doing right now. So whatever money losses the ambulances are facing, and I absolutely believe that they are facing some big losses, we're trying to carve out a tiny group of people to fix the problem for everybody. And that just doesn't even make mathematical sense. And the other part of that is under the fully insured, We have the small group market, which could not possibly afford taking on that kind of money, that kind of a $4 PMPM is staggering to that group, and they're the only ones that would be hit with that. We have finally gotten to the point where we are under 6% uninsured, and let's face it, healthcare is absolutely dependent on being insured. We're down at 4.9%. We are putting that whole effort at risk by forcing people to pay more money just in a small group to try and fix a problem that is so much bigger than what they handle. We need the information. We absolutely need the information. And that summit didn't come out with what we were hoping it would come out with. And somehow, maybe what we need is a bill that forces everybody to sit at the table, give us the numbers, and let us work it out. That we absolutely have to work it out, but not the way we're doing it. Not this just shoot in the dark and hit a certain small segment of people, and everybody else just gets to do what they want. And let's face it, the biggest chunk of people that are going to need ambulance services are old folks like me. And I'm on Medicare, so I don't care. That's not going to help them.
Representative Sutherland.
Yeah, so Carrie put on her engineering hat. I put on my economist hat last night, and I actually gave the lead sponsor a call to kind of talk because I had to leave early, unfortunately. One of the things, everything she said, I agree with. I'm concerned that it falls to a tiny little piece. When I spoke with the lead sponsor, she said, other groups have already come up, like the Medicaid's come up a little bit. But, one of the things that really concerns me on it is we're sort of putting this on autopilot with this law. So if we say you get 325% of Medicare, and then next year Medicare increases to the point where they're actually funding it appropriately. It sounds like they're very much underfunding right now, underpaying. Does that still go up by that delta of 325%? It sounds to me, as I understand the bill, that it would. And that should concern all of us, because if we have that on autopilot and then Washington does what they should do, which is put more money into Medicare funding, that $4 is going to go up by how much? Because now it's going to be 325% of the much bigger Medicare number, which I don't know, maybe Medicare will go down and the opposite could happen. But the reality of it is we need more money coming from the feds, which is primarily what is paying for Medicare and Medicaid. And to have some sort of autopilot fixed delta between what we're paying is I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. Now, if there was some sort of sunset clause, which I know was discussed, I don't know what people's thinking on that. If there was a sunset clause, because we probably would be okay for a short period of time to sort of evaluate it. If we want to do something today, I could probably get behind that. But the idea that there's a fixed 325% of Medicare, regardless of whether Medicare is fully funding as they should or whether or not they're underfunding, concerns me and should concern all of us, because that would really fleece the people in this fully insured group. So that's the part that I'm most uncomfortable with. And I don't know if anybody thought about it or if it was talked about before I left, but or after I left. But that was what really stuck in my brain as I was leaving and thinking about this last night.
No, I agree with you 100%. I mean, that's what I'm saying about how it's an unfortunate precedent, because to put that number in there in statute, you have to, it takes a year to get it out or a year to change it. So, yes, Representative Purcelli.
Thank you. Thank you. I echo the comments that have been currently made. I am uncomfortable with the 325%. I'm not exactly sure how that was derived. There was a much different number from our insurance department spokesperson. And I go back to it really is black and white. I go back to the pie chart. I mean, the problem is Medicare and Medicaid. And we can, as Carrie said, you look at the pie chart, you cannot ask this little sliver to try to make up for the rest of it. And my big concern is that we're putting so much pressure on small businesses that they may decide in the future they're not going to offer health insurance as a benefit. They'll give a stipend or a dollar figure to their employees and say, go out on the private market and good luck. So I don't think that we're going to solve the problem. I do want to see the data, because then that will be able to help us make the best decisions. And I definitely want to see the the parties come back together and to try to mandate that they come out with a solution. Or if they don't, then we could maybe put some parameters in there. If they don't, this is what the ramifications or the consequences could potentially be, and maybe we'll start to get a little bit more movement if they know that there's a time, date, and requirements for coming up with some answers. So thank you. Thank
So,
you for the.
Alex, I'd like you to come up to a microphone. So everybody at home can hear you.
Good morning. Yeah. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so obviously the concern we have is how long this is going to take, and you said 2 years. Is there any way we can do it in a shorter period of time?
Well, that's what I was thinking about as you were discussing it. In some senses, it might reduce the task. We would still need an outside actuarial and accounting firm to be defining the information that should be collected in a uniform way, collecting that information and making sense of it in a way that will inform the legislature. And it's possible if we actually put in the legislation a timeline, deadline for submitting the financial data for all the ambulance providers in the state, that we could set it less than 2 years. In my mind, I
So
don't know whether it would
yeah,
be 12 months
right,
or
well, my mind
year and a
is in
half.
terms of that we would need say when we in terms of the legislative cycle.
yes.
Okay, so yeah, that if we did it, try to get it done by January of next year, the next legislative cycle, we're not going to get a full year's worth of data, right? I mean, let's assume
Well,
it takes them
You're
several
always
months to
looking
get-
at data. Let me interrupt just for a second.
Yeah, you
You're always
can look at-
looking at data
data.
retrospectively. So,
Oh, past data.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it possible that this accounting firm would get it done in a couple of months, and then we would then be able to have all these financial reporting numbers to be turned in by December 1st, so that we could be ready for the legislative cycle?
Okay. Yeah, I think that's theoretically possible. We also, there's the issue of paying for it, and the proposed amendment that we have creates a one-time special assessment on the health carriers
Yes.
to pay for
Uh,
the cost that I think it would be about $500,000
sure they're
to
okay
$1 million.
with that.
We'd have to admit it.
Half a
Yeah.
million?
What?
$500,000? Did you say?
Yeah, for this study, yes.
Holy moly, no. Why would it cost so much?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, humor us. How does that work? Why would you need so much money just for this accounting
That's my
firm?
guess based on my own experience contracting with outside vendors that have actuarial expertise. Actuaries are not cheap. Of course, we would use like an RFI process to get some idea of what a more accurate price would be. This is just, my guess.
So that's
before we-
twofold. Not only you're getting the information, and then you're getting a proposal out
Yeah,
of it to tell
yeah.
you what you're going to recommend.
Yeah. we'll put it-
Because usually when we do our studies, our mandate studies, it only costs like 20,000 or 40,000. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's because they're using existing claims data.
Okay.
Okay. And the
qu-
process
question?
here.
I thought that that Medicare was collecting this data. Would you, as an official department, have access to that data already?
No, but we do have access to the data reporting template that they use. No,
Right to know?
but it might not help that much because they're not surveying every single ambulance provider in New Hampshire. They're doing selected providers nationally. So my thought was that the vendor would probably use their template, but then send it out to every ambulance provider in the state. Yeah, and that's the,
Okay,
difficult
Representative Purcell,
process.
yes.
But I'm sorry, isn't that data already in our database that we had a presentation on a while ago? Right,
It's not,
it's
it's
like
not part of
claims
the
data.
claims data. The cost information
Yeah,
is not part of the claims data.
okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah. So the more I think about it, I do think we could operate on an, if it's a more limited task, and we could operate on a tighter time frame. It probably would cost less than the dollar figure I had in my head.
That's good.
Um, but
Well, especially since
actuarial
this
and
bill is going to
accounting
have to go to
services.
finance, and I
Yeah.
assume that'll be the question that finance is going to want to ask is, what is it going to cost?
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Okay. That if the goal is to collect that data, if we turn this bill into amend the bill to collecting this data, and having the department have a proposal ready for us for next January.
Understood.
I don't think it's interim study because the whole. I mean, if I understand
We would
correctly,
need legislative authority.
you
to
need
do this.
legislative authority to do this. So we would need to amend this bill.
We could
to
amend
put
the
in-
bill. Yeah.
Amend the bill to put in this study.
I could do it today, if that's what you have to.
You
that's your
needed to do
schedule.
it this morning.
I can do that.
So the bill would be turned into just as, collect the data and
Collect
do
the
the
data
study.
with the intent of having legislation for
Mm-hmm.
January.
Is it possible that we get the parties back together and mandate that
Um,
they
We can't mandate the parties to talk to each other now.
come up with something?
We're kind of starting to like each other anyway, so I
Yeah,
don't think it'd be that hard.
I know they're still sitting on the separate sides of the room. Oh, yes, well, all right.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, I know Representative McHugh was here this morning, and he was talking about as well that, first of all, he said that the data for the 350 came from other states.
Yes.
That they've used in other states. It was not a
325,
number
yeah.
that's been picked out of a hat.
Right.
But he also, one of his recommendations as well was that maybe what we should do to work on this problem now is to pass the bill that's here with a sunset provision to it. And we could also put not only a sunset provision, but also put a requirement that this study take place as well. So that way there we.
Yeah, I'm
for
really
the, for
reluctant
the
to
2-year
do it,
period,
yeah.
that could allow them to get more time.
I hear
to do
you,
it.
but
We
I'm
could-
I'm reluctant to give and then take it
Well-
and take it away. So that's why that's not a good. I mean, I know I'm the one who offered it up. I said, but maybe we should sunset it. I mean, I know I offered it up, but I've had plenty of sleepless hours tonight to decide last
I
night
think-
to realize that's
Mr. Chairman,
not a good.
I think the other part of that was that you quoted a number of 4 p.m.
Yeah, $4.47.
And that's a lot of money to put on this tiny little group while we're waiting for the 2 years to sunset. And I'm not prepared to risk our uninsured rate for that money.
You hit the nail on nail on the head. I agree with you absolutely that is a. I mean, if I were even ready to do it, I would not certainly do it at the 325 number. I mean, that just. I mean, I would take the department's numbers at least, and which was scaled based upon the three different areas, and I'd take that. But again, that would be it's incremental. But I what really got me when I was thinking about this last night is that this is not a new issue. I mean, we have been talking about but it was always why balance billing exists. And to have them come in with that bill, with balance billing still there, to me, that's a slap in the face. I mean, that was really, here we are, one task we asked them to work on and come out with is like how to get rid of balance billing. And all they can come back with is, well, just pay us more money and don't sweat the balance billing. And that's not right. That's not right. Okay, how do people feel? This is a straw vote. How do people feel with this proposal of having a department come up with a narrow language to just focus in on getting the data and have legislation ready for next year.
As much as I hate to do this, I agree with you.
See, I told you something. Yeah. Okay, does anybody have any opposition to that? Okay, because we don't, sure. Have a seat. And the mic is open.
Thank you. Chris Day, West Hollis, New Hampshire. Appreciate the opportunity to ask. If you are, excuse me, if you are going to make that amendment,
Yes,
I would just want to make sure that number one, excuse me, the direct pay remains because that's a really important piece.
what do you mean by direct pay?
Part of this bill compels the insurers to direct pay.
Oh, yeah, no, well, we already
non-participating
passed
providers.
that.
Yep. Yep.
We already passed that.
Okay.
So to me, that's the whole reason why this legislation, in my mind, we should just interim study because we've already done something huge
Yep.
this year.
And I agree with the study. You know that. I would also ask that we make sure that the services continue to have the ability to balance bill while that study is underway.
We are not, there's no balance, we're not banning balance billing yet.
I just want to make sure that those two elements are still in it because that's really important.
But I cannot emphasize enough that until you come back with a bill that bans balance billing, it's going to fall on deaf ears for some
Yep.
of us on this committee.
And you know my position. We want to get rid of balance billing, absolutely, but we also want to make sure
Because
that
that
the
was our
services-
singular task. So it
We'll get
wasn't-
there.
It wasn't about
We
subsidizing.
are gonna get there.
Subsidizing all the ambulance guys.
Yeah,
It was our
we're-
singular task was
We're
to
going to
get rid
get
of
there.
balance billing.
I pledge that we will get there, sir. I
Okay.
appreciate that.
All right. Okay, so technically, we don't have, we generally, we don't vote on anything without an amendment in front of us. Okay, so what I will say is that we have scheduled the exec session for what time? Okay, so we will adjourn, excuse me, what's the right word? Not adjourn, recess this subcommittee till 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock today.
So it'll just be the
No,
subject.
say 3:15 is the exec session, so that we can have the subcommittee vote on it prior to we,
There. Oh,
okay? In the, what? The subcommittee will vote at 3 o'clock. The exec session is at 3:15. We will have an amendment long before 3, right, Alex?
It doesn't have to go through legislation.
It has to go through legislative services, so you need to get something for me, and I'll get it over to them, and we will pull some strings to make sure legislative services gets it done ASAP. But, all right? Okay. We are in recess. Okay. Okay.
I had this woman who was sitting behind me. She kept comments on that. I'm like, she's shaking her head, my assistant. She's like, dude, she said, what was one? I'm just here to read. I'm not really doing anything. Don't ask me anything. Otherwise, I'm paying that in no thanks. He wants to be a senator.
I can assure you, I have no desire whatsoever to be a senator. I am perfectly happy doing what I'm doing here. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 332 and hear from the prime sponsor, Senator Gannon. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Representative Hunt. I am Senator Bill Gannon from District 23. I represent the wine district, as we call it. So come by Zorbino's and I'll buy you a drink sometime. Anyways, I won't tell
Why
you.
do
about
I get
my-
every senator wants to buy me a drink? What?
That's because we do all those beer bills. That's another thing. I'll just cut to the chase really fast here and let the smart people from the Banking Association follow up. So when you go to apply for a mortgage, entities can purchase the information, and that results in consumers getting bombarded with hundreds of calls. People like me and older, we don't know what's going. My wife gets everything in the mail. Her parents get stuff in the mail when they're applying for loans. And so we want to limit the practice. This legislation will ban that practice. It'll leave an opt-in provision for the consumer. And they can also, it has a carve-out provision for communicating with existing customers. I should note that there is currently a federal bipartisan legislation that mirrors the proposed law before you. However, this practice is affecting our constituents now. There are several representatives from the bankers behind me, and they're going to come with much more factual information. But what I'm trying to do is protect constituents and consumers from the potential harm by companies who get their information and use it to trigger leads to misrepresent themselves, attempt to confuse or deceive applicants, or inundate them with direct mailing. It has recently come to my attention also that there's confusion between the potential for preemption from the Fair Credit Reporting Act and also an interpretive rule from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that indicates state laws that are not inconsistent with the FCCRA, including state laws that are more protective of consumers than the FCRA, are generally not preempted. I know that the House Commerce Committee will do its due diligence in subcommittee and give the bill consideration that it deserves from predatory practices. Thank you. If there are no questions, I'm going to go to another committee and testify, where I won't read there because it's more of a subject matter that I'm more familiar with.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Hunt.
Okay, Stephen Bauer. Okay, great.
My testimony here.
That's fine.
Yeah, you just give it and they'll pass it around. We like to share here. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt and committee members. My name's Steve Bauer. I'm the Executive Director for the Mortgage Bankers and Brokers Association of New Hampshire. Accompanying me is our President-elect Lisa Ford. Lisa has worked in many capacities in the mortgage and real estate industry for the last 2 decades. She is here today in her capacity as the President-elect and also a homeowner. Oh, sorry. MBVA New Hampshire represents roughly 70 committee members and thousands of employees consisting of mortgage bankers, credit servicers, brokers, banks, credit unions, appraisal, title service, home inspectors, and other industry-related fields. We are here today in support of Senate Bill 332, limiting pre-disclosure of consumer reports with a credit transaction involving an extension of credit secured by real estate. Imagine walking into your primary care physician and they tell you you have high cholesterol or high blood pressure or some other ailment, and then immediately sell your medical information, the pharmaceutical companies who bombard you with phone calls, texts, emails, trying to sell you medications or remedies. HIPAA is in place to protect your medical privacy. The credit bureaus state that there's an opt-out of pre-screened offer website, but it is not an instant opt-out. The time it takes to process the opt-out is 1 to 2 weeks, and it's too late. People have already gone and they've thought they've opted out. They go to the mortgage lender, and that process hasn't happened yet. So their credit is immediately sold. So when New Hampshire constituents apply for a mortgage, they have their credit pulled. Currently, the credit bureaus, TransUnion, Equifax, Experian, immediately sell that data as a lead. The applicant is then bombarded hundreds of texts, emails, soliciting them in a predatory manner. In many cases, these solicitors are representing themselves to be working with the applicant's chosen bank, credit union, or mortgage company. This creates privacy concerns, overwhelming marketing efforts, questionable offers of credit, pressure to make quick decisions, and potential for scams. MBVA strongly believes in fair and competitive markets, but we also believe in safe markets. There are many mechanisms for consumers to opt in to shop for mortgage and ask for solicitations by multiple companies with offers of credit, such as Bankrate, LendingTree, Zillow. They're just a few. The bill before us is an identical version of proposed federal legislation that has broad bipartisan support in the House and Senate. Versions currently over 50 co-sponsors and growing. New Hampshire Senator Jeanne Shaheen and Representative Chris Pappas are 2 co-sponsors, and we're hopeful that Senator Maggie Hassan will join soon. The bill also provides an opt-in and allows for consumers to choose if they want to receive offers of credit. The question is, are we legally allowed to pass this bill at the state level? According to the CFPB, the super regulator, interpretive rule summary, state laws that are not inconsistent with FECRA, including state laws that are not more protective of consumers than the FECRA, are generally not preempted. MBVA supports protecting New Hampshire constituents and their credit privacy. Now, soon as possible, we know here in New Hampshire this body is able to get things done. We ask the committee's support. Thank you. And now I'll pass it on to Lisa. Do you have any direct questions?
We do. Representative Ammon.
Thank you for that testimony. I just had a question about the word certifying in the bill on line 7. Maybe you'll address that in your testimony, but how does the certification process work?
I'm not sure what line.
Line 7.
I made a couple edits to mine this morning. Certified.
It says documentation to such agency certifying that such third
I'm
party.
sorry. You're talking about the bill. I'm sorry.
What were you talking about?
My testimony.
Oh, I'm
So-
sorry. I don't have that document yet. Yeah,
Oh, did I give you the wrong?
that's all right.
Do I have it? Oh, Ray, you want to? Oh, so this is the consumer certifying that they are allowing the information to be shared.
Further question may inquire.
Yeah, so certifying seems to have like an official connotation to it. Are you saying it's just the consumer, some document where the consumer agreed to have their information shared?
Excuse me, that is the opt-in provision, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Bullion.
Is that on the HIPAA form? No.
I can't answer that
wouldn't know.
question. I don't know.
He's a mortgage broker. Okay. Yes, Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Chairman. Maybe you don't know the answer to this question, but periodically, I believe a credit card company that I have, periodically they look at my credit report. Now, maybe when I signed up, I gave them permission to do that. Do you know any idea about, because this, I would believe, might stop them from doing that. And unless somehow I gave them permission when I signed up for the credit card.
I will say credit cards are different than mortgages.
Okay.
So they don't necessarily all pull from the same, they may only pull from one credit bureau. And it's not the same permissions.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Spear.
Believe me, I like the idea. But if I were to deal with a mortgage company that was not in the state, this bill would have no effect, would it?
Yes, it would, because you live in the state, if your mortgage is for the state.
Is that-
If your residence that you're
question?
applying for a
You all
mortgage
set?
for would be within New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I read this bill multiple times, and I'm sure there's something I'm missing. If I decide to buy a property, real estate, secured by real estate, and I'm now going to say, fine, I got to get a mortgage. Part of my clothing, I got to have a mortgage. So I call up my local bank, and I say I want to get a mortgage, and of course, they're going to ask me for my social security number, and they're going to do a credit check. So I haven't talked to anybody. I haven't talked to any credit bureau or anybody other than that mortgage broker, if you want to call that person at the bank a mortgage broker. I don't know if they have the number or not, but they're the only ones I have given this information. So you're saying when they go and click onto, let's call it Expedia, because that's who I have, okay, and I've unlocked. That's why I have Expedia. I have it locked. So I've unlocked it so they can get my credit report. So there's a moment in time where it's unlocked, and they're going to get that information, and then theoretically I'll relock it the next day because they've gotten their information. So where in that process am I going to be opt-in, opt-outing of having information from them communicated to anybody?
So thank you, Chairman. That's a great question. I'm going to give you a real life example of myself 2 weeks ago that applied for a mortgage
Okay.
for a second home. When that happened, the mortgage company uses a third party. They use Birchwood Services, for example, that pull the credit from
Okay.
the three companies, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian. When that happens, somewhere in that time frame, there is a place where you can opt out. I didn't even see it myself when I did this.
Wait, what did you do?
I applied for a mortgage. You
And
give
did
them
you talk to this
permission.
third party company, or you
No,
talked to
no,
your
they-
actual
The lender.
the lender?
The lender.
And
They-
there's supposedly there was on that form there was an opt out.
Somewhere in that process, there is an opt out for them to share your information. I don't know where it was. I don't know where it is. Within 45 minutes of completing that application, my phone started ringing nonstop. Especially a company called AmeriSave. They are relentless. I've blocked calls. I've done they call from different numbers. Some of the companies, when you answer, there's nobody there. Then they start talking. Some of them pretend to be your lender. So it's very confusing for the consumer. And I'm in the business. So I can't even imagine an elderly person, somebody that, may have trouble with understanding the process to begin with. They get railroaded and they get bombarded and harassed. Originally, it was created so that people had choice, but this has gone far beyond choice. It's harassment. And so that's what this bill is trying to prevent,
Got
where
it,
they can
got
have
it.
a button to opt in.
Yeah. No,
to
I
have
got it. I got
shared.
it. So, is it possible that you still have that form or what you signed into, or get someone else to sign into it, and then go find where this opt out was available? I mean, how do you know that they really actually did have that question? How do you know if that opt out is actually really in there? I would venture to say I mean, it is true in most of these documents we get, there's a lot of fine print and a lot of things but I'm sure you were very diligent and read all of that and made sure that every little square, especially if you're supposed to initial that square,
Yeah, no.
that you would have seen it. So I'm venturing to say to you is that maybe isn't even that feature available to you.
Yeah.
Would you believe?
I haven't applied for a mortgage for a little while, but the only feature I'm aware of is that there's a online website, the opt-out pre-screen, and you can go there and check a box and say, you know, I want to opt out of any pre-screen leads. There's also a phone number that's tied into with that, and I believe that the credit bureaus own that website. So if when consumers go there and they opt out, it takes 1 to 2 weeks for that process to happen.
So I get that. I get that. I'm just wondering.
So when the
is that
credit
where
is-
this is in the screen and where is this in the process?
Yeah.
Because I would have to say, when I got a mortgage, I don't ever remember having that screen show up. I don't know that there's ever been anybody that is screen. And I'll humor even more because remember I told you I was Expedient and Expedia monthly, Experian monthly asked me, they say, your credit is so good, you probably are paying too much for auto insurance. And they want to sell me auto insurance.
Yeah, I don't believe there is a spot on the actual application to opt out. I don't believe there is. And some of the people behind can speak to it. There is no place on the actual mortgage application. It would have to be an outside website that the person would go to, separate from a mortgage,
Right.
to opt out. And so it's even that is
Well,
complicated.
the reason why I say that is it really the credit bureaus are doing it, or that third party company who is supposed to be doing that background? I'm betting they're the ones who are selling it.
Yes.
So the problem is enforceability for us, because if we're making legislation about credit bureaus, how do we control these out of state companies that are actually not doing what should be doing, which is giving you the opportunity to opt in or opt out? They're not even giving that because most of us probably have no idea that there was a third party vendor involved. Even when we talk to our mortgage broker, even when we talk to the bank, they're probably not going to mention that it was a third party company doing it.
They get beat up or complained against from their customer that, hey, why am I getting all these leads? All these messages and text messages and things like that. So they think it's the local person that's caused that.
Right.
And it's not. It's the TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian.
Well, it's not them.
Yes,
I
it is.
bet you it's the
them.
other guy.
It's at that source. These third parties have contracts with them to buy pre-screened leads. So they'll put together I want a 700 score. I want somebody that's, buying a $500,000 house. And when these hits come in from the credit pull that our local Birchwood Credit Service is doing, they have to come from the three.
Okay.
And that's where the lead is sold to these companies from the three credit bureaus.
Okay. And I also take this opportunity to let everybody know, because this is a previous legislation, that after you've recorded that mortgage, that is now public information, and that there's these insurance companies who want to sell you mortgage insurance, go down to the clerk's office and collects all those recorded mortgages and sends you a mailer. And don't you know, on the top of that mailer is the name of your financial institution that you got your mortgage with. So watch out for those.
Yes.
Representative Texan.
Well, just so I'm clear, there's your originating lender, which might be a mortgage broker or a bank or a credit union, and they've called for consolidated credit report and score from a third party company. that then goes and contacts the three major credit bureaus, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian, or Expedia if you like to travel. And the goal of this bill is to stop which of those, so it's not your originating lender, and it's not the third party company. It's actually what you're saying, if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is it's the three credit bureaus that are selling this lead. Is that what, and the goal of this bill is to
That's their
stop?
contention, is that it's the credit bureau.
Yes, it is the three credit bureaus that are selling these pre-screened
Which you might
leads.
not have any relationship with at all. You've never even gone onto their webpage. You
Well,
don't
but they
even-
have a relationship with you because all of your creditors, your credit card, your car payment,
They
whatever,
certainly know a lot about
they've
that.
reported I did one the other day and they asked me about an address that I had in 1979 and it's like, what? So, and it's your feeling that this bill would stop the three credit bureaus from selling that lead? That's my question.
It's, what we're trying to do is give them some more clear guardrails. The first is to offer the consumer the right to opt in, because currently they're already opted in just by being a consumer. So they don't have a say unless they go to the opt-out pre-screen website and click there, I want to opt out, which again is a delayed process. So even if that could be changed so that the opt-out is immediate, it should be as fast to opt out as it is for them to sell the leads.
Well, I agree with that. You know, the Savings Bank of Walpole has, I can opt out of them selling my information. They're and they very carefully once a year send me a notice and says, this is what we do with your information internally. Do we sell, and my credit card companies do, and all that. But my feeling is, believe me, I'm not here saying, oh, I love credit bureaus. I think that's great. No, I think they should be constrained. But if we agree to this bill, my question is it going to actually do the job? Is it going to stop it's the credit bureaus that are selling these leads to other lenders, and this bill is going to put the brakes on them?
It should slow them down. And the third thing that it's designed to do is that it restricts the pre-screen leads that they can sell, which are to somebody that has a business relationship with them, with a mortgage. There's three reasons in there why, but the customer, they have to have a relationship with whoever they're selling that lead to. Outside of that, somebody without a relationship, it stops that.
So it would stop this bill would stop it from, I go and get a mortgage from the Savings Bank of Walpole, I have a relationship with them, and then it stops Equifax from selling that lead to Wells Fargo for a car loan.
Correct.
Got it.
Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had one further question. The organization that you represent, you're taking a position as an organization on this legislation. I'm curious, how does it affect your business and your membership of your organization? Obviously there's some negative effect that your membership has because of what's happening status quo. So if you could explain that, please.
Well, the negative effect of all the complaints that come back to them because their customers are getting swamped with all these leads and they can't figure out where they're coming from. So as an association, when we talked about this bill, we had 100% support because everybody wants this cleaned up, and it's a nationwide issue. That's why there's so much support in DC. It's just nothing happens in DC, so you have to take it at a state level. And that's sort of, that's why we're here today.
I would say as an organization, it doesn't affect us directly, but it affects our members. And so we're here in support of our members.
Representative McAleer.
Thank you. So you recently filled out a mortgage application. Wouldn't it make sense if that opt-in, opt-out was on the mortgage application? So when your bank goes to this third party, right up front, it says, you can't sell this or give this information. And and again, you said you didn't see that on your mortgage application, but could something be put in the law here that that opt-in, opt-out has to be on the mortgage application?
Well, that would be a CFPB, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which, oversees that.
But that would
I
make
don't know that
sense.
that could be affected in the
Right.
state.
It's their form.
All right.
It's a federal form.
There's some other speakers behind us that can
Yeah.
speak to that bill, that question.
Representative Thaxton?
I apologize, I walked in late. Who do you represent? What is your organization?
The Mortgage Bankers and Brokers Association of New Hampshire. So it's lenders and then all the affiliate servicers around it. Oh, and banks and credit unions. It's the whole, all their stock. All
Right,
their
because they're getting tired of having the customers call and say, why am I getting all this junk mail? Thanks for sending me all this junk mail. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's hear the other side, I guess. Zach Taylor?
That-
That's not ours.
that's not-
I would say that my loan is a jumbo loan, and no, it's not even on the books. The credit bureau doesn't even know about my mortgage. Did I do that with a mic on?
Good one.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Zachary Taylor. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Consumer Data Industry Association. We represent Experian, Equifax, TransUnion, other credit bureaus, especially credit bureaus, and other companies involved in identity verification, fraud detection, etc. We do not represent Expedia. I would like to put that on the record for anyone
You are
listening.
great.
As you might imagine, we are opposed to Senate Bill 332. We view it as anti-competitive and anti-consumer. It restricts the ability of consumers to hear alternative offers from other mortgage bankers and brokers who are subscribers to mortgage trigger services, which are regulated by the Fair Credit Reporting Act. There's already a robust consumer opt-out provision. You've heard some misinformation this morning about the time in which that is processed. Nothing in this bill would require anyone who is offering or working with a consumer on a mortgage to actually present them with the opt-out or the opt-in. And so what we're seeing, and what I would point out, is that this bill really is going to harm the ability of New Hampshire consumers to potentially hear the best possible offers out there. In an environment where interest rates are so incredibly high, a better offer means saving tens of thousands of dollars over the life of a 30-year mortgage. The FCRA has been around since 1976. Consumers have the opportunity to call 1-888-5-OPT-OUT if they want to stop phone solicitations. That's managed by the Federal Trade Commission. Or they can visit optoutprescreen.com, which will stop mail solicitations either permanently or for 5 years. And that includes for credit card offers as well. Pre-screened offers of credit are regulated by the FCRA. They're also preempted by the FCRA. We've heard a little bit of conversation about the CFPB, what we call the advisory opinion. We think the CFPB was wrong on the process. They issued that without putting it through the APA procedure required by federal agencies in DC. They issued it also, it's wrong on the law. We've seen court cases across the country that have upheld the broad preemptive authority of the Fair Credit Reporting Act as it relates to pre-screened offers of credit. And I'm happy to go into that further in greater detail. But most importantly, in the CFPB opinion, they're discussing other provisions of law from across the country regarding the information contained in a consumer report, not necessarily pre-screened offers of credit, which are expressly preempted by the FCRA. And I have that with me. I'm happy to walk through that as well. All in all, we think that this is a bad bill. We think this is a bill that is going to make it difficult for consumers to hear the best offer. It doesn't require any lender or bank to actually disclose the opt-in procedures if it wasn't preempted. And so consider that. But happy to take any questions. I did want to answer a few things that I heard from previous questions, notably how this process works. So the FCRA requires that when you apply for a credit card, when you apply for a loan, when you apply for a mortgage, that application shows up for a period of 1 year on your credit report. That information, as well as your name and phone number, may be given to a third party that does not have an existing relationship with the consumer. This is a pre-screened offer of credit. Again, consumers have the ability to opt out from this if they do not want to receive these, but that would also stop the offers to get credit cards in the mail for the latest travel card or other products that you may be interested in, or offers to save money on your insurance. It would be blanket. I'd also point out that we're required to have that information on there. Federal law requires us to include those records as well as other things. So we would be in a situation where our New Hampshire state law is saying we may not share information that a federal law says we may share if the consumer has not opted out. And I'm happy to go just chapter and verse here very quickly, just for everyone to hear. So general exceptions, no requirement or prohibition may be imposed under the laws of any state with respect to any subject matter regulated under A, subsection C or E of section 604 of this title relating to the pre-screening of consumer reports. That is the first section of what is preempted by the FCRA from states regulating. What is being discussed here today are pre-screened reports, and thus we believe 332 would be preempted as other courts across the country have found. Happy to answer any further questions about the CFPB memo, preemption, and how that would work.
Okay. I guess I would have to say personally that when let's go to those classic frequent flyer miles like JetBlue wanted me to write on the airplane, right? They're saying if you sign up for this JetBlue credit card right now, we'll give you 50,000 or 75,000 points, right? Good for no trip. So what I've just heard is that if I were foolishly enough to fill that out, and I can guarantee you there's nothing in there that's going to tell me about opt out or opt in. Okay. It's nothing in there. What I liken this to be is more like, don't you know that you can call up, there's an email address called Do Not Call. And so, but I have to remember that expires every 8 years. So I have to go back on every 8 years and put all my phone numbers back in again to get rid of the do not calls. All right. So what I'm saying is that what we have here is there is an entity to stop all this junk mail, to stop all this stuff. You just have to know about it. So I would urge the mortgage brokers to make sure when your customer is signing up that you do give them a little piece of paper with that phone number or email address to say when they do it, because I foolishly thought there was a right of privacy here. I really did not think that my application, where I foolishly write my annual income, and I will say with the mic on, I don't give the right number. But having said that the IRS gets good numbers. All right. That having said that form is sitting around, hanging around for a year, and then who knows can go look at it and then send me more airline frequent flyer miles. Okay, so it is a little bothersome to know that the system is such that getting credit that when I go to my Experian and turn it off and give a credit report to somebody, that all of a sudden that is now being public information all over. So yes, I would say I don't envy you and your job, but at the end of the day, the federal government should resolve this problem because this is not right. Okay, this is really not right.
If I may, Chair, I just want to provide a little bit of clarification about what is shared in a pre-screened mortgage trigger.
Okay.
Limits on the information received under paragraph 1B. The name and address of a consumer, an identifier that is not unique to the consumer, that is used by the person solely for the purpose of verifying the identity of the consumer. Other information pertaining to a consumer that does not identify the relationship or experience of the consumer with respect to a particular creditor or entity. So federal law also prohibits us from sharing a pre-existing relationship with a creditor to another creditor.
Except our mailing address.
Yes, it does allow the share of the address.
Right. So then they can do their profiling based upon my mailing address. Okay. All right. I think I got it now.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other question, Representative Sullivan?
Well, first of all, I like your socks. I'm a big fan
Thank you,
of the Ninja
Representative.
Turtles.
They're good luck.
It's like a cult you belong to.
I like the Ninja Turtles. Anyways, so I mean, I always sort of kind of roll my eyes a little bit when people say you're looking out for my best interests by selling my data and making money off of my data. I mean, that's just, I mean, I don't think that rings particularly sincere to probably the majority of people in this room, because all of us are annoyed by the junk mail we get. All of us are annoyed by the text messages and phone calls we get. And all of us are annoyed by the emails being sold. I mean, I have an entirely, my email account from that my very first one I ever created back in high school is now just my sold junk. Anything I sign up for, I have to sign up for that because it is such a problem, right? Everything is sold. And at the end of the day, like, yes, there might be people who are benefiting from the ability to see a bunch of offers sent to them. But when you're overwhelmed with a lot of offers, it's really hard to screen through those. I mean, that in itself takes a separate set of skills. When you are, I mean, there was a time a while back where I was looking to refinance a home, and I mean, I had what was described by the previous speaker, where, I mean, within seconds of filling something out, I had so many phone calls. I was just like, I can't keep up with this. Like, this is overwhelming me. And I'm not, at that time, I was probably like 30. I'm not somebody in my 70s who could be easily overwhelmed, right? So, I don't understand why we need to have a opt out instead of an opt in.
So thank you for the question, Representative. I think points certainly understood. I think this is the challenge where we run into the state law would conflict with the federal law. The federal law says that these products are legal and lawful under the FCRA, that they can be offered, and that many mortgage bankers and brokers rely on them to find leads. I think we are in an environment, because of high interest rates, that there is a smaller pool, and that we have seen historically that as those rates rise and fall, this issue pops up to the forefront time and again. But the FCRA does allow for us to share a consumer report relating to these transactions if it's not initiated by the consumer, if the transaction consists of a firm offer of credit or insurance, and the consumer reporting agency is compliant with Section E, which deals with the opt-out sections. And so for right now, federal law says there is an opt-out procedure and it must be respected. Other states who have looked at this issue have looked at the requirements imposed on users of these services. Other states like Massachusetts have codified violations of those requirements as unfair, deceptive trade practices. So again, it's not Experian or Equifax or TransUnion making the phone calls to consumers. It's mortgage brokers and it's bankers who are subscribed to these services, competing over the same number of mortgages that are being written or not written, and they are the ones making the call. There's laws that require clear disclosure, that the person calling identify that they are not with the originating lender. As far as mail pre-screened that you get, the junk mail, the credit card offers or mortgage offers you get in the mail, if you're receiving written solicitations, they must be accompanied with a notice that the consumer has the right to opt out from such solicitations. The FCRA requires this notice to be in a manner that is simple and easy to understand. And the FTC has determined that to meet the statutory criteria, the notice of the right to opt out must be in two places and must be clear. And so right now, FCRA and the FTC have looked at this and said there has to be an opt-out. There is an opt-out in statute, and so that is what is available to consumers. And the FCRA also says that state laws that attempt to create additional restrictions on the use of these products would be preempted. And the CFPB opinion does get into that, as it talks about specific sections of statute that are specifically referenced in the preemption section and the subject matter regulated thereunder. And subsection C is furnishing reports in connection with credit or insurance transactions that are not initiated by the consumer. And so that is preempted.
Follow up. So, I mean, I ended up with a question. So is the position of you and your agency that you're concerned about the conflict between state and federal law, or is the position that we should actually have opt out as the default, or opt versus opt in? Like if the feds change it, would you guys be fighting against an opt in change?
So consumer reporting agencies are repositories of information regarding credit transactions and other identifying information that is used to verify and price risk, right? And so we are like the library. People give us information, we hold to it. Furnishers, like banks, provide us that information. And so we are not actually engaging directly with the consumer in most instances. The information is provided to us. The covenants regarding the furnishing of that information are heavily regulated. The FCRA heavily regulates what and how it can be furnished. Nothing in this bill would require a mortgage banker or broker to either inform a consumer that they have the right to opt out or require them to opt into sharing. In talking with our member companies, they say it takes between 24 to 48 hours to process an opt-out notice. And again, if you opt out through the website, that's for mail. You have to call the FTC to opt out via phone. And so we get the information about an application for a mortgage from a mortgage banker or mortgage broker that is compiled. That information is submitted to us. At that point, we have to put it on the consumer's credit file to comply with federal law. At that point, other subscribers to Mortgage Trigger Services are legally allowed to be notified that as a consumer that fits Profile X that has applied for a transaction, and that is what triggers that disclosure. And in some cases, it may get a better deal. In some cases, they may get 75 phone calls, but
One more try.
Give it up. He's just repeating himself. He's going to keep reading the same thing over and over and hope that you're going to.
I was hoping to get just an answer of what the position would be. Like if the feds tried to change and make it opt in instead of opt out, you guys would oppose that.
so the changes.
And if you can't answer that, just
No,
stop
he's
talking.
not going to answer that
Okay,
question.
then that's
he's not
fine.
going to answer that question. He's not. Okay. Representative Spear.
You said that there was a do not call thing that you can call up with the government. I did that month after month after month, and it never stopped anything. It never had any effect. So what exactly is that doing?
Well, the FTC has to enforce it, and if their calls are coming from outside the country, I don't know where the FTC's regulatory reach ends. But if there are U.S.-based mortgage bankers or mortgage brokers calling you in violation of the FTC and do not call list, then under some state laws that comply with the FCRA, that would be an unfair and deceptive trade practice that various enforcement mechanisms may be available to consumers therein.
I would say the best trick I had in dealing with that, you can get rid of your landlines because it's landline. Okay, but B is what I had right next to my phone is I had a piece of paper, and they would start out saying an organization, and I said I would confirm it. So you said this is the organization. I get them to confirm the organization. Great. So I want you to know that I'm writing down this call that I'm about to tell you to do not call, and if you call again, I will ensure that I can now tell the FTC exactly when you called, what time you called, and that I told you to put me on the do not call list. And I'll tell you, it has been successful.
I got to tell you what I did.
The problem you have
Chairman,
with
I
many
have
of
to
these.
tell you what I did. When I got those phone calls, I said, you are calling into a secure facility in Area 51. If you don't get off the phone, your phone is going to be traced. And that's the only thing. And getting rid of the landline was the only thing that stopped it.
The problem with these lists that they have is that you get on these do not call lists, and some company in Mumbai, India, gets that list, and then they call that list. And
They call that list.
yeah,
I will
that
find
is a
the
problem.
ones that are overseas. I do get a boop boop. You know, they get a little. I get a little sound, and I know to crank it,
right.
hang it up before they get. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Okay,
President.
we do have a couple more cards here, and Senator's back. Okay, so Ray Tweedle, Tweedy. Spam. Oh yeah, mine.
Like, it's a service. It tells me it's probably spam.
Well, I. Good morning.
Good morning.
Assuming it's still morning. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you on behalf of everyone in the room. We're going to get all sorts of Facebook advertisement now for Expedia. So I'm curious to see what vacations they're going to be offering me. My name is Ray Tweedy, and I live in the town of Rye, New Hampshire. I'm a producing branch manager with Waterstone Mortgage's Portsmouth office out on the former Pease Air Force Base. I've been in the banking business for almost 30 years. Senate Bill 332 before you is designed to protect consumers who, in very simple terms, have had their credit pulled in relation to a transaction involving real estate. At present, when a hard credit pull is done, a person's information is sold in many different ways by the credit reporting repositories as a lead, even though the lender has paid for that credit bureau in the first place, and the hard pull was authorized by them, by the consumer to them. From this point, I call it literally off to the races, as you've heard with a previous speaker before me, with the amount of calls and emails and text messages that they will get from other lenders who have purchased their information. I offer you the following real-life example. One of my colleagues had a call with a borrower on the 7th of April, a Sunday, for a loan request. He was lucky enough to put a home under agreement, which is extremely hard to do, not only in New Hampshire, but really across the country due to lack of inventory. The application and the credit pull were done Sunday the 7th in the early afternoon. By Wednesday, the loan officer checked in with the client to let him know the loan was moving through to processing. Wednesday the 10th, the client reported back to the loan officer there were literally 200 phone calls to his cell phone. His voicemail box was filled up twice because he kept deleting the messages and then gave up. So aside from being what I would consider overly aggressive on the part of the lead callers, the client had no ability for anyone in his family or otherwise to leave a message because of these calls. Many of these telemarketers, I call them, are licensed, but they are very coy in what they say. I will not go so far as to say that they are breaking the law, but in my professional opinion, they are less than forthcoming and unethical in the way they speak with people. Their statements mislead some who do not do this sort of thing every day, and they may not pay attention verbatim to what they say. I've had my own clients mistakenly think they are helping a member of my processing team and have accidentally applied for credit elsewhere. This becomes a problem in some cases for the clients because multiple credit scores can reduce their score, and if their score is on the edge of a particular program or rate tier that could offer them a discount, they may lose it. They may lose an approval altogether. In one case, a client of mine unknowingly applied with the existing servicer, who also originates, and because of that application, we lost her appraisal waiver, which is a waiver we get through an automated system that says you don't need an appraisal because we accept your value. We lost her appraisal waiver. This delayed her closing, and it added the cost of an appraisal because we had to rush an appraisal to meet a closing deadline because we lost it due to this confusion on her part. So that was as a result of the other lender's actions. She thought she was helping us out. I understand that there's pending federal legislation. We talked about that earlier in Washington regarding this topic, and there may be a thought for some of you to wait on the feds to solve this problem, but I urge you not to. And I don't need to share with any of you in this room that Washington is broken. I don't care on what side of the aisle you sit. And it could really take a lesson on how things happen from all of you here in New Hampshire. I think we do it well and we do it better. I think the speaker down there wakes up every day wondering if he has a job and he's trying to read tea leaves. I don't envy him. None of that nonsense helps get a bill passed, and it leaves us without being able to protect consumers, which is what we're trying to do here. So I have before you a copy of the FCRA ruling, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions because I actually do this every day, so this is not theory for me.
Great, thank you. I think we're all questioned out.
All right, wonderful. Well, thank you for having me.
All right, thank you. We have one more card left, Charles Dowd.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Hunt, and the members of the committee. My name is Charlie Dowd, and I work for the New Hampshire Mutual Bank Corp., which is Meredith Village Savings Bank, Savings Bank of Walpole, and Merrimack County Savings Bank. As many of you are aware, when you buy a house, it's the biggest purchase of your lifetime. Generally, it's a really big deal for. It's filled with anxiety and stress. And as a community bank, we do a lot of them, and we have a trusted relationship with as the custodians of our clients' money, so they trust us. So when they apply for a real estate loan, they often do it at night or early in the morning when they're not at work, so they can focus and get everything together. They provide all of their information. So after they submit it and agree to have their credit pulled, because you can't really figure out if you're credit worthy without having your credit pulled, the phone starts ringing. It starts ringing nonstop. And for people who have English as a second language, or people who are elderly, they pick the phone up and they just assume it's the bank calling because They just applied. They're like, wow, these guys are good. They called me right away. So I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional, but the people that are calling are really playing off on that. And that's a problem, especially for people who want to do a reverse mortgage. They're doing a reverse mortgage because they run out of money. They got to figure out how to get some money out of their house so they can continue to survive. We have to figure out a way to stop this, right? We can agree that there's legislation federally and what have you, but it's not working. So as state legislators, we have the opportunity to take a look at this problem and figure out a way to solve it, the way that we do things in New Hampshire for our people. The fear and anxiety that comes up on these people when they start getting 20, 30 calls and then they can't even figure out who they're supposed to call. Sometimes they haven't spoken to the loan officer yet. They talk to the person, at the bank, their banker, and they said, just go online and apply, and then they'll call you. So it's a relatively large problem, and it's impacting our constituents. So I'm happy for any questions.
I guess we're all set. Thank you. We have no more cards, so we'll close the public hearing. And
Yeah.
move on to our next subject.
Before we start, Representative Hunt, I wish you'd been I thought I was going to do my last bill in front of you. It was whether RAs should be counted as employees or not. I thought that would have come to you. It was, so at colleges right now, an RA is not considered an employee. And they want to treat them as employees, well, so they can tax them. Yeah, no, I thought you'd get it. So I was like, I didn't have anything. I did a half hour of talking. I hate coming in and reading things. It bothers me to know. I don't have to read anything. Well, I had an immigration bill 2 weeks ago that I thought I did well on. I had nothing. I just had nothing. We just talked for an hour. Then I did one for driver's licenses yesterday. I was not happy. I had a written thing and I stuck to the script. I never liked scripts. It's a safety thing. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I do like 12 of my own, and then I got like 12 department bills. The own ones, I do much better when I'm doing my own. Yes.
Good morning, Senator Gannett.
Thank you, Representative Hunt. Always good to see you. Again, the folks at the New Hampshire Tech Alliance came to me and they said about sponsoring a piece of legislation. I said, no, I got too many bills, right? But they said, no, we'll do the heavy work. And I said, well, what's it about? And they said, we're losing funds in New Hampshire. We have startup tech businesses, but we don't get any direct support. So they said, we're losing opportunities. We're watching them go to other states. And we would like to have a commission, and the idea is to get people to work with diverse startup companies to get a better understanding of the opportunities and they identify the steps. So I have very knowledgeable people behind me who are going to go further into it than that. But that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You guys have a great day.
Yep, you too. Okay, I have one card. Scott?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Scott Merrick. I'm a former member from the North Country, having served from 04 to 09, and it's great to be back here in a slightly different capacity on the other side of the tables. I'm here today in my capacity as a board member of the New Hampshire Tech Alliance and chair of their Government Affairs Committee. Typically, Julie Demers, the executive director of the New Hampshire Tech Alliance, would be sitting here, but she's out of town and I am pinch hitting on her behalf. I appreciate the opportunity to briefly address the committee in support of SB 477. For those of you who are not familiar with the New Hampshire Tech Alliance, it is a statewide technology association that represents nearly 250 technology companies ranging from startups to enterprise technology companies. These 250 member companies collectively employ close to 50,000 tech workers in the state. Annually, we facilitate 30 programs aimed at fostering growth within the dynamic landscape of New Hampshire's tech industry. New Hampshire has a lot of advantages to offer startup businesses: workforce, quality of life, access to decision makers. However, there have been multiple national reports that rank New Hampshire incredibly low in comparison to other states as a place to grow an enterprise. According to CNBC, Wallet Hub, US News, and World Report, New Hampshire ranked 35th, 34th, and 39th out of 50 states, respectively. Indicators such as venture capital investments, state-backed capital loan guarantees, health science and agricultural research grant awards, numbers of patents issued per capita are all indicators in which New Hampshire scores poorly across a variety of reports. We can simply speculate why this is the case, but a study commission will allow us to comprehensively map existing resources for entrepreneurs in our state. It will identify areas for improvement and promote cross-sector initiatives that strengthen our entrepreneurial ecosystem and, consequently, the overall economy. Building robust innovation ecosystems requires collaboration from all stakeholders: public, private, and academia. It depends on long-term vision that transcends political cycles and partisan agendas. Establishing a study commission is the pivotal first step toward creating a shared vision. It provides the technology sector and our legislators the opportunity to collaboratively work towards solutions tailored to our state. On behalf of the New Hampshire Tech Alliance Board of Directors, membership, and technology sector as a whole, I ask for your support in moving this critical legislation forward. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Representative Spear.
If you've ever participated or have seen some of our study commissions, there are a few that have been successful, most have not. It seems to me that the kind of information that you want, you folks in your association are in a best position to tell us what needs to be done, rather than us trying to, don't have the group experience that you have. So it seems to me a better approach might be for you to tell us what you need and then for us to work on it, rather than go the other way around. So my suggestion would be try that approach instead.
Representative, gosh, I would hate to just come in here and tell you exactly what to do and walk out of the building. But certainly, yeah, no, I appreciate the comment. You know, I think the Alliance looks at this as an opportunity, I'd say two or threefold. First, to work collaboratively with legislators to educate, to understand the issue better. B, to work together to look at best practices across states and see what New Hampshire could do that is uniquely New Hampshire, and to have buy-in from the beginning, rather than come in here and just tell you what we think is best and then go through a process which is questioning, why are you doing this, why are you doing that, where we have answered all of that in collaboration with all of you. So we think this is an opportunity to work together and hopefully in a relatively efficient and effective process over the coming 6 to 8 months, come up with recommendations and move forward with the state collaboratively.
I have a question.
Representative Ammon is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Just out of curiosity, I have two related questions. What industries do you think New Hampshire could capture? What growth industries are there that New Hampshire could capture? And secondly, what impediments do you see that the state government could help with in overcoming?
Yeah, good questions. And I don't want to necessarily speak out of turn, because while I chair the Government Affairs Committee, sit on the board, I think there are a lot of different sectors that could benefit that I can only kind of speak anecdotally to. I may ask Taylor Grande, who works on our startup initiative, to also speak to this, because I think she has a bit more knowledge into the specific sectors. But just kind of off the top of mind, in terms of where we can benefit, I think biomedtech is one of those places. Certainly AI, as we are struggling and trying to figure out how AI is going to work across the board and how that impacts our startup community. Certainly, I think there's opportunity there. But I think just broadly, when we're looking at kind of the startup community as an ecosystem as a whole, it doesn't really necessarily depend on which sector. We are lacking in New Hampshire across the board in terms of kind of a state-supported ecosystem. And then you talk about where could the state be helpful. I don't want to necessarily assume, because I think there could be a lot of opportunities. Taylor worked in other states helping them to build their ecosystem. So I would ask actually Taylor to flag exactly where some of those places were, if it's all right with the chair to have Taylor come up and quickly address the question.
Of course.
I have a question when she sits down.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm going to huddle over here. I'm about 6 months pregnant, so give me some time to waddle. Good morning, everyone. Scott said, I'm Taylor Grande. I just moved to New Hampshire from Colorado, where I was the CEO of a multi-million-dollar statewide nonprofit organization called Startup Colorado that was originally founded under the Startup America Initiative, and was founded by our state attorney general, Phil Weiser, and a gentleman named Brad Feld, who was the co-founder of Techstars, which is an accelerator program to help early stage tech startups across the world. So good to see everyone today, and I can help answer any questions that I have, but I am fairly new to the state.
Do you want to ask your question again?
Yeah, if I could just repeat the same question.
Of course.
I think we heard AI and biotech. Just what industries could we foster so we can get ahead of the
Right.
curve? And how did Colorado
Yeah.
assist as a state government?
I mean, it's a completely different state. So let's just, it's a elephant in the room there. The tax system is different. The size of the state government is quite different. The types of companies that are coming out of Colorado are quite different than we're seeing here in New Hampshire. But it was across the board in terms of industry. I think, Scott, you're right in saying that to make assumptions around a specific area or sector or industry, when you take a look at Colorado, we had such success because we were open to all industries. We had a lot of advanced manufacturing. We had outdoor recreation as early stage companies. Tech. Most people think of tech because you think of Shark Tank, right? It's changed the way that we think about investing in early stage companies from a VC landscape. But so many companies outside of tech are receiving outside capital, to help them scale at an early stage and along every stage of their company's life cycle. So I would need to take a look at at what industries have seen success here. But Colorado, there's a lot of good models to take a look at from Colorado, that I'd be happy to talk through, and in other states as well. I think the thing that I'm most excited about coming here as a newcomer is that, study commissions can be a waste of time, but they can also be really, really pivotal in terms of collaboration with state government, because you're walking hand in hand, taking a look at what the big problems are and how to assess those from a startup ecosystem development landscape. And we did that in Colorado. We had, the board of the BEA here, it's equivalent, it's their Office of Economic Development and International Trade for Colorado. That person who spanned it across multiple administrations sat on our board of directors for 9 years, and really was a pivotal partner for us.
And real quickly, Representative Vayman, just to kind of continue answering your question, opportunities for where the state could be really helpful working with the private sectors. First of all, I think what Senator Gannon mentioned in terms of a lot of money being left on the table, I think a lot of VCs and early stage investors look for a supportive ecosystem before they look to invest in startup communities and startup companies. And I think just a general, hey, we are supportive, we're working hand in foot with the private sector to help support the startup community, be that, whether it's financially or otherwise. Certainly, I think there are a lot of opportunities for the state to kind of extend that hand and really say that, hey, we're open for business, but specifically, we're going to work with the startup community and do what we can to help foster a really diverse and dynamic ecosystem.
Okay, Nita's next.
Thanks for taking my question. This is a would you believe, if there is a commission, I think that it will be really important to figure out where you're going to house workers, because we can't house the people that we have now.
That's a huge problem in Colorado as well.
Okay.
It's tough. It's a national problem. Childcare is the same way. It's the reason that we left Colorado so workforce is obviously a huge attractant for folks who were starting businesses here, but because there is such a strong landscape, in terms of the tax burden for employees, that's a great way to attract the workforce here. But they're up against so many other issues, workforce, childcare, as you mentioned. I was just meeting with an investor yesterday morning, and he said, I wouldn't start a business anywhere else except New Hampshire, but I'm puzzled why there aren't more companies that are starting in New Hampshire.
Because there's nowhere to live.
There's nowhere to live, right? But it's multifaceted. When you take a look at the resources that are available from a statewide landscape, there's certainly gaps. When you talk about the early stage, if you look at an ecosystem of companies as a pipeline, and you are expecting, we're all wanting more second stage scalable companies to exist, to start and scale and remain here in New Hampshire. You can't get to that second stage point unless you're tending to the top of the funnel across all industries and sectors, and providing resources at every level or every stage of a company's life cycle. So yes, childcare and healthcare, huge issues, but I think what we're experts in is really providing the business support and being laser focused in that, and partnering with those folks on the economic development lens, to solve these multitude of problems.
I wish you good luck. I really do.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
And I don't mean that in a snarky way. I really don't.
Representative Billiam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Scott, this one is for you. Does the state have a innovative fund, sort of a grant process? The state sets aside some money for innovators in the state. Do you know anything
Not Not
about
that I believe so.
program?
No, not right now. And that's, certainly when I was in my original testimony, had flagged, certain awards, grant awards and opportunities for the state to partner. And I don't believe that we do have anything like that. But I also think, it's not just the state funding, but also, there could be federal opportunities that flow through the state.
Right.
That we should be looking out for as well. But again, those are all things that I think the commission would look at to see how can New Hampshire in its own way identify opportunities, be it state, federal, or otherwise, to help support and promote.
Yeah, there was a fund years ago, because I remember going to some, exhibits. So if that's no longer available from the state, then
Yeah, and I know there are, and I'm not overstating here, there are literally millions of dollars kind of just sitting on the table, if and when there's a fund available for matching funds. Yeah.
There was the Millworks Fund, as you may remember, Millworks Fund 1 and 2 that received some capital and investment from the BFA a while back, but that's not active in terms of capital investment right
So
now.
I have a little bit to offer here. On my other life, I sit on a family foundation, and I'm on the energy committee, and the state of Ohio put up $1 million to create the Bright Energy Innovators. And the Bright is a 501c3, and they put in startup monies, a couple $100,000 here, a couple $100,000 there, and get these innovative, and it's all focused on energy. Now I say that only because you guys don't give yourself a lot of time to get anything done here. This bill, your effective date, passage, which as we know, that's the end, sometime in June, but you're all done by November 1st. Did you mean to do that?
We in the small business sector like to be efficient and as effective as possible with our time and yours. But if you believe, certainly, Chairman, in your wisdom and experience in doing this, that date should be extended, we are happy to entertain an amendment to do so. We hope that we can bring together the right group of people and get this work done quickly to make recommendations for the next legislative session. But again, Mr. Chair, I would.
Well, given you got all these different appointees, and my experience is that you're lucky to get them all appointed by the end of August. So yes, you have to be a model of efficiency. You had 3 months to get it done. So we might want to look at that.
Absolutely.
But having said that, the reason why I model legislation has that date in there, is that they keep telling us they don't want these commissions, and they're so, which begs the question is, why isn't, who was the tech, why isn't the Tech Alliance, why aren't you guys laying the groundwork to create this create a nonprofit that people can give money? They're all begging, they all got that money out there. They just need an entity to give it to and get that going. And maybe, I mean, I understand we can get you this commission, but the amount of organization to get the meetings to occur, to get them on time, and before you know it, your clock's run out on you. So I just hope you have all that in mind.
Two thoughts. Certainly happy to consider extending the day of the commission. But there is nowhere for that money to go, because it's not just that the money's there, it's that they're looking for a partner in the state.
Right, you got to create that nonprofit.
Well, it's not even a nonprofit. They're looking for the state government to be involved and to be a champion, to be part of this process and to help.
You're looking for us to put money in.
Not necessarily, and I think that's the purpose of this commission, is that, like, yes, is that an opportunity? Absolutely, but there are other ways for the state to also be a partner in the startup ecosystem, be it financially or otherwise. So I think there are.
I guess
and again,
what
looking
I'm
at-
saying is rethink that, because Ohio did it a different way, and theirs is successful and it's operating and it's actually working. So if you're depending upon the state to create an entity, an agency, or something to have some ownership, that you're going to be wasting your time, because we don't do that. As you probably know.
I know we are careful with our money, for sure.
Okay. Okay, Representative Herbert, you can have your question.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. That was what you just discussed was my first thought, and that is where's the money going to come from? Now, I don't know if I don't have any idea as to whether the other states have got a conduit for federal funds, and if they do, what did they do in order to access that money? Because this state to say it's frugal is a gross understatement.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but that was my second thought is that there's a lot of money in this state, and there are investors, private equity investors, billionaires who have houses here and live here, and to have a state agency be created with that kind of focus probably would be relatively inexpensive, but pretty effective. So I've got two questions there. Number one, how are we failing to get federal funding through our congressional delegation or whatever purpose? And two, I think it is a good idea, although the chair is skeptical, that the state would fund it has to be 2 or 3 people. This is not a big deal in this state. You can go out and gain capital. And of course, it's a two-way street. So if somebody comes along and says, yeah, I think I'd like to, I can spend, like $50 million.
We don't want you to do that, so thank you.
You don't want me to do what?
Keep going. You're
okay.
You asked your question.
Okay. My question is.
You got it. I think you got the question. Yes.
Yes. So again, I'm new to New Hampshire, but I can only speak for Startup Colorado and the state of Colorado. There are competitive EDA and SBA grants that require, that are out there, specifically the Build Back Better grant, as well as the Build to Scale grant. These are really good grants that are available for a catalyst to get this stuff going. They require matching funds, which is 100% required and needed. In terms of Startup Colorado's model, only about 20% of our total operating funds came from the state of Colorado, and everything else came from federal and private individual donors. However, we did not raise a fund to make investments into startups. We just did the startup ecosystem development work to get the resources going, collaboration with multiple SBDC, SCORE, a lot of these other accelerator programs, co-working spaces, to get everyone kind of rowing in the same boat to share that deal flow. Scott mentioned that there's money here to for in terms of investors. They're ready to write a check. They just say there's not enough deal flow. There's not enough companies that are ready to meet their investment thesis to receive those funds. So those investment dollars are being sent to other states. I hope that answers.
Okay, we got one more question and then or two more questions and then we'll wrap it up. Okay, Representative.
Thank you. I just had a question. One of the members to sit on the commission is from the Department of Business and Economic Affairs. And that seems to be the best fit in state government for the Tech Alliance to interface with. Is there a position in the BEA that focuses on the startup ecosystem and VC and all that? Because that seems to be the best place for it.
It's a good question. I think broadly there is a position or positions that work. There are people at BA who work with the Tech Alliance and who sit on the Government Affairs Committee. But specifically just focused on startup. I don't want to speak for the BEA, but as far as I know, that specific position does not exist.
Okay, Representative.
Burrows.
Yes.
Just-
I was about to say your first name and I said that's supposed to be rude.
Okay, just a quick question. You talked about, private funding. In your experience in other states, have they ever included not just money for the startup, but for housing? Has that ever been done anywhere?
Yes, there's models all over the country,
Uh-huh.
but from what I've worked with, it's been separate entities that have, economic development is such a large umbrella.
Yep.
And Colorado did a really good job about finding folks who were experts in each of those lanes and collaborating with one another. In my experience, they weren't convoluted or together in terms of a fund that would offer us incentives.
But in New Hampshire, I think that would be a good way to go
Yeah,
to make
it's
sure that you could get the people that you need.
And just to clarify, we're not asking, I don't think for, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, but based on the bill and my conversations, we're not asking for the state to run and house this and fund it 100%. We're asking for collaboration.
Partnership.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, having no more cards, we'll close the public hearing. And then open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 333. And I see the prime sponsor here, and I'm sure she has a... Senator Carson, you have a card? Or yeah. Okay. Great. We're running behind, so let's just get going and do it.
I always am a little hesitant, Mr. Chairman, to say I'll be quick because usually you end up taking an hour. So hopefully I'll
Especially
be
in
concise.
this committee today. Nothing is easy.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the House Commerce Committee. My name is Sharon Carson, and I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration today Senate Bill 333, relative to access to financial services for minors in legal custody or guardianship, and relative to the Board of Directors of mutual banks and mutual holding companies. Mr. Chairman, I think for the record, I should declare that I am an officer of the New Hampshire Foster and Adoptive Parents Association, and I've been on that association for a few years now, and we work to support foster children, adopt children and children who have been adopted from our state system. And in a lot of the work that we've done, I discovered that foster children that are working part-time jobs do not have access to a bank account. So I had a meeting with our state's banking department over a year ago, and we started discussing how can we create a program that would allow these kids who are working to start banking some money rather than just depending on somebody else to do it for them. I think it's a very important part of independence, and it's something that we'd like to foster in children because sooner or later they're going to age out of our system, and the sooner that they learn about money and how to handle money, the better off they'll be. So this bill does two things. It enables a minor over the age of 16 who is in the legal care of HHS to open a checking or savings account at a bank or credit union, and it permits state chartered banks to have a majority, and secondly, it permits state chartered banks to have a majority of directors residing in New Hampshire or neighboring states. The first section of Senate Bill 333 resolves challenges faced by foster care youths who may have a job and looking for ways to manage their funds, but do not have an adult in their lives to co-sign to enable them to open a checking or savings account. This impacts a very narrow a group of young adults in the state cares and enables them to have access to limited financial services to help them achieve financial stability and improve their financial literacy. The second section of the bill assists state chartered banks in appointing qualified directors who are in close-knit communities located along the border. And Senate Bill 333 was developed collaboratively with the banking industry and the Department of Health and Human Services and Banking Department, respectively, on each section of the bill. I would also like to publicly thank the New Hampshire Banking Department and the Bankers Association for all their hard work. They really pulled bankers together to work on the issue of these kids being able to have their own bank accounts. So again, I'd like to thank them publicly. And at this point, I am going to conclude my testimony and I will try to answer questions. But there are folks here from the Banking Department and from the Bankers Association to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Senator. Oh, and would you take one question?
Yes, I will. I'll try to
Representative
answer.
Porcelli?
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure I understand the context, because I've never thought of this. So children that have a parent or guardian that are 16 or older can open bank accounts, but these kids cannot?
That is correct,
Oh, my
because you have
goodness.
to have, because they're considered to be minors.
Right.
And they can't sign for it themselves. So you've got to have an adult, and oftentimes foster parents, they don't want that responsibility. And their parents, there could be reasons why they're not, we don't know why, there's a variety of difference, why they're not with their legal parents. So they're just caught in this limbo. And you'd be surprised. We talk a lot with older kids that are in foster care. They want to learn about money. They want to learn how to manage money. They want to learn about how do I save for my retirement? Because if you think about it, many of these kids are pulled from their homes and they've lost whatever security that they had. And security becomes really a very important issue for these kids. And I see this as empowering. It's putting them on a path for independence. They can save for college. They can do whatever they want with it, but it's their money. And they should have access to it.
Quick follow-up?
One follow-up?
Do you happen to know about how many children are impacted by this?
Oh, and we have well over 1,000 children, but according to the last statistic I had, this would affect fewer than 400. These are kids that are, 16 or older.
Representative Spear.
Thank you. You picked 16 years old to be in this, and I remember being as a kid, we start earning money at around 14. So I'm wondering why you picked 16 as opposed to a lower age, actually.
Thank you for that question. That was an age that was determined by the bankers. So, I mean, they're going to be coming up, and I think that would be a good question to ask them.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much,
so-
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And we'll call Ryan Hale from New Hampshire Bankers Association. Maybe you can answer that question for us.
Good morning. I think it's still morning, right? Good morning. Chairman and honorable members of the House Commerce Committee, for the record, my name is Ryan Hale, Vice President, Government Relations for the New Hampshire Bankers Association. We represent 40 member banks here in New Hampshire that employ roughly 6,000 employees. We do come before the committee in strong support of Senate Bill 333 and thank the sponsor, Senator Carson, for introducing this very important piece of legislation. I won't get into my testimony because I think the sponsor did an amazing job highlighting what this bill does and the importance of it. It does enable banks to open accounts for this very small population of youth in foster care that do not have an adult in their lives to co-sign on that account, which is considered a contract. This would allow them to go in, open that account to then access financial services, mainly bank and savings account, and starts them on a path to financial stability. It's extremely important that they have that opportunity. The second part of the bill would open up and allow our state charter banks to have a majority of their board of directors either residing here in New Hampshire or in neighboring states. Like employers, it's tough to find employees. It's tough to find directors with specific backgrounds and expertise. So opening it up to allowing a majority of those directors to be not just New Hampshire residents, but residents in surrounding states allows them to broaden that net, especially when it comes to areas like cybersecurity. Right now, the current requirement is a majority just in New Hampshire. This is especially important for our members along the borders of our state. Some of them have board of directors that live in the other state, but spend most of working in New Hampshire, owning businesses here in New Hampshire. So I'll conclude my testimony. Oh, before I conclude my testimony, I would like to thank both the Department of Health and Human Services and the Banking Department for their collaboration and work on this. As the sponsor said, this was something that we worked with both departments in the fall to come up with the language that is before you today. So I would urge, in conclusion, the committee to support Senate Bill 333, and I'm happy to take any questions. And
Yeah, the number 16, would you have any opposition to lowering that to 14? That seems to make sense.
So I'll defer to Department of Health and Human Services and our work with the department. They were the ones that came up with the age 16 and 17. So I will defer to them. I believe they are here and prepared to testify and answer any questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Grassi.
Yes, thank you. One of the things that I'm concerned about is that when you have teenagers who may not have a parent to be able to advise them in this, is fees. And I was wondering if it would be possible, I mean, this is just a small group of people, if we wrote in the bill that they would not be subject to any fees related to the account. I mean, certainly penalties, but fees, because sometimes you can have an account drained because of fees.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're not getting advice from a parent, the bank may want to consider that.
Yep. Thank you for that question. And banks have different programs. A lot of banks do have programs. They have what are called bank on certified programs that do waive fees or don't charge fees. It's to help bank the unbanked. To make easier access, but I can take that.
Yeah, it just would be until they reach the age of 18 even, so that when they became, yeah.
Great. Oh, Representative Thaxton.
Just a quick question, going to the point he just made. The Savings Bank of Walpole and Mascoma Bank had, in my experience, when my children were minors, they had special accounts that didn't charge fees. Would this be that kind of account? Is it the same paradigm? Is that what the thinking here is? Or if you could just clarify, if you could clarify, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on, each bank has different products that they offer. We would have to go back and talk to our members to see what type, again, this is enabling legislation. It would allow the bank to, if they chose to bank this population. We do have a couple members that have expressed interest. Unfortunately, the banker that testified in the Senate wasn't able to join us today. He would be able to speak to the services that he provides and the types of accounts that he envisioned. I can go back to him and ask those questions and bring it back to the committee.
Just get his written statement to the Senate or whatever it did, send to the Senate and have that sent to us. That'd be great. Representative Walz. Oh, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. So lines 10, 11, and 12 says the minor shall be responsible for paying all banking-related costs associated with checking or savings accounts and shall be liable for any and all penalties should he or she violate a banking agreement. I know when my children were 13, they all did field lining and got paid for it. And at that point, with the parent's signature, they could have their own account. And 35 years later, they still have the same account. So for these children, it's a little bit different because they don't have parents to advise them. And I think those fees should be waived. And so that is 10, 11, and 12, and would probably need to have an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Williams?
Did you share?
Right, you have okay. And Attorney Lori Young.
Chairman Hunt and members of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. For the record, my name is John Williams. I'm the Legislative Director for Health and Human Services, and with me today is...
Good morning. I'm Attorney Laura Young. I'm litigation counsel for the Department of Health and Human Services.
And we are here in support of Senate Bill 333. We, in fact, worked with Senator Carson, with the New Hampshire Bankers Association, Mr. Hale, Ms. Roney, Ms. Merrill, and others in some coordinated outreach for collaboration with the banking department. So in spirit of what happened yesterday, I thought it was the most absolutely fascinating hearing ever had when asked to being able to tell something in a story format.
Oh, yeah,
So... Well, I cannot top yesterday. That truly by far was my favorite public hearing so far today. But I do have with me Attorney Lori Young, who's also an attorney like myself. And if you can indulge with about a 2-minute story, she can actually give you a quick little story on this one as well.
We like real life stories.
I was told of this when I walked in the room. So this is, as attorneys, this is what we do. So I want you to imagine we're going to stick with the name Johnny. I understand that was a favorite yesterday.
Agreed upon name, yes.
So we have little Johnny. He is in foster care because he is an orphan. He is 16 years old. That means he has no parent that could sign for any kind of contract, like a bank account. As part of Johnny's team, because what you have to imagine is for an individual in foster care, for a kid, they actually have a whole team behind them. They have not only their foster parents, they have their assigned social worker. They often have other parties at the table. We're very fortunate in New Hampshire to have many stakeholders that come to the table, whether it's educational, whether it is therapeutic. But you have to imagine when you're thinking of this, that Johnny has a whole team behind him. He's 16. When they talk about his goals, Johnny says, you know what, I really want to go to this basketball camp, but it's in Massachusetts. Our normal scholarships don't cover it. I can get a little bit of this. I've looked into it because part of his goals for independent living, because every child has their own goals, is that he sets a goal of what he wants to do. So he decides he wants to go to basketball camp. He wants to be in the NBA. I know most of you are MBAs, but he wants to be in the NBA. So he decides he wants to go to basketball camp. That costs around $1,500. They said, you know what? This would be a really good independent living goal. You can work towards this. We agree as a team at the table that going to work and getting a job would be great for you, and then having a bank account. As it stands right now, Johnny, if he wanted to save, he had to pay fees to cash a check, and then he'd have to just store that cash underneath a mattress and a piggy bank, what you want. But you think about that, that's not only fee driven, but it's also, it's just a little ludicrous when we think about how cashless as a society we are, that he'd have to just store this. So now with this bill, he now has the team goes to the department and says, we agree as a team that this is appropriate for him to have a bank account. We would like to help him get a job and do that. The department puts through the bill in writing that we consent to that. They go to the bank with his foster parents or his social worker, whichever one Johnny chooses, to help him open the bill. He's able to get a job. We're going to go with Market Basket because I think most of us in New Hampshire have started their careers at Market Basket. He gets the bow tie. He gets to do his thing, and he works, and he's able to save save that amount. What's important though that you notice in the bills, I said 1,500. We're not talking 3,000, 5,000. That's because Johnny, as a foster child and an orphan, he is on state Medicaid. I want to point that out because we do have asset limitations for that. And that's something that we put purposefully into this bill because as much as we want Johnny to have a huge nest egg in the future without other safeguards, he could not have a bank account for that. So that's something that as a department, we would have to be case by case. Johnny, we know, is on Medicaid. He can't have over $2,000 in his bank account. So that would be part of our consent. We consent to Johnny having a bank account and we will work with him to make sure it's not over $2,000. Now, the part of the reason the team agreed to this, again, the team talked about his goal. We knew that he was going to spend that. He's going to, raise it and then spend it, get it low. We're okay with that. We agree with that. So as a mentality, as a team, it's an educational goal, it's independent living. And then also we do teach our foster kids as part of our independent living goals, financial literacy. It is very hard to teach that in a vacuum without it's very different to do a pretend checkbook than our own checkbook, to have a debit card versus a pretend one. This would take it a step further in preparing our foster youth for independence in a controlled way where we consent or if we put in the bill purposefully, if the foster youth, the team does not agree with him having a bank account, he can go to court. That we put that in, that is an option as well. And the court can decide. So that gives an extra layer of protection. And also, I think that's also a sign of independence too. The youth says, I hear you as a team. I disagree. I'm going to go to court. And then you have court protections involved, like court appointed counsel and CASA and a GAL. So you just so the committee knows there are layers built in to that as well. And so now Johnny can go to basketball camp. We're going to say he made it to the NBA, New Hampshire representing. And it's all because he was able to have a bank account and go to summer camp.
Wow.
Excellent.
I have a distinct feeling that was fiction.
But Representative Ammon has a question.
Just a question about the $2,000 cap. What happens if Johnny earns another $10 over 2,000? What happens if he tries to deposit that into the account? Just curious.
Yeah. So we are, and that's one thing that the consent, it can be over. I think part of the financial literacy is also the team, whether it's the foster or the social worker, monitoring the account and making sure and communication. But I think if he were to go over that, we would then have to withdraw our consent and have to come up with a spin down plan. And that's very common for someone with benefits, that we have to have a spin down plan. You have 30 days to spin down so that you don't lose your benefits. But this is again, I highlight that because that's why it's important for the department to consent. Not every kid is ready for this. Just like you talked about your own kids, you waited till you knew your kid was ready for it, or that you didn't know you had to be on the bank statement yourself of getting them. That's the same mentality here about consent. And then also the court approval is making sure we have the conversation with the kid, a 16-year-old. And I want to answer that question as well about why we chose 16, if that's why that we know there's that maturity and that expectation, and that's clear from the part. It was the department's choice to choose the age of 16. Internally, we felt that was an appropriate age for this first step of this bill. It's for around 400 foster youth. That's a manageable number to see how many are interested in this and then go from there. This was a good number when talking to the CPSWs and internally, that this was around the time when we're seeing kids want to work anyway. It's also the time of driving, for example, being able to go to a job. That's a common goal, is wanting to buy a car, for example. And so we felt 16 was a good starting point based on internal discussions with maturity level foster youth and interest in those who are currently interested in working.
Representative Bullion.
Thank you for taking my question. What about the foster parents? I mean, the foster parents, could they have access to this account?
It would be the department that consents to it, just like a parent. So we think they would not be able to go into a bank and withdraw money because they would not be on the account. The department. You can think of the department as the parent, if you will.
Okay, thanks.
I can't believe I'm going to do this, but did you see that 60-minute story a couple weeks ago about these foster kids who had no parents and that the state was taking Medicare money? It was was it Social Security or Medicare? It was Social Security money. Did you see that?
And Representative Hunt, there's actually a bill currently in the House on that issue. It was sponsored by Representative Mary Jane Wallner. It's heading over to the Senate on that very issue. And we've been provided a sum of money for a consultant to come in to help design what that process would look like here in New Hampshire. So that was brilliant, but this bill has nothing to do with taking anything. This is giving to people. And again, we chose
Well, there
very
was-
carefully
yeah.
the scenario of Johnny, because Johnny is going to maintain, just like Representative Post's children, that account until age 34 and then run for the House of Representatives and then
Yeah,
sometime be
right.
serving on.
Well, I was more worried about that this $2,000 cap, that if that money was to come available, that I guess it didn't happen until they turned 18. I
Right.
think there was
When,
an age-
when someone has Social Security benefits, that rep payee fund would be if someone only has a representative payee, and that's who takes the money on behalf of another person who's
Right.
incapacitated by
Right.
age, if you will, for
Okay.
children. Then when that incapacitation is over, so if a child is merely incapacitated because of age, as soon as they
Right.
are not incapacitated, that money goes to Social Security, and then Social Security decides where it goes, whether it needs to be a new rep payee because there's a incapacity problem other than age, or what's more common is it's age 18, they send the money directly
Well,
to
I just
the
want to make
18-year-old.
sure that money can go into this account, this account that he has.
Yes, that's correct. When they're 18, the department's name would come off, and then yes, they would have a bank account to
Okay.
receive money.
I feel much better about it then. Good story. Thank you very much.
And thank you, and also Senator Carson, and you, Representative Hunt, as one of the co-sponsors of the bill. I see there's another question that was.
Yeah, Representative Purcelli, then Representative Post again.
Thank you for this story. My question is, so would the department oversee how the money is being saved and what Johnny wants to do with it? Is there any guidance on that, or he's free to do whatever bet on DraftKings or do whatever he wants with it? Or is there some guidance as to what to do with it?
So this goes back into the consent and the team mentality that we're relying on, and that is something we have thought of, and that's why we wanted to narrow it to age 16 to start out, and we all wanted to have a narrow number because this would be their bank account. That is, and it would require monitoring by the team and be what we consider an independent living goal, and it would be something that we'd have to meet on, but it would be their bank account. And just as a 16-year-old, unless mom and dad is right there next to them, would be able to spend it. Yes, they would be able to spend it.
And Representative Post?
Yes, thank you. My question is, well, my statement is that when I did this with my children, I was on their bank account. I could withdraw. And I had that ability to do it, although I never did. However, with foster children, are they still being placed in different families? And how would that affect a bank account if a foster family, is supporting him with that bank account?
So the foster family would not be on the bank account, it would be the department. And you are correct. It does, the foster family, there are transitions throughout, whether it's going, from home to home or going in and out of different placements. The department would be on the bank account, not foster parents. Now, you could have a situation that one foster family was much more involved, for example, than a new one. But again, that's why I go back to each child has a team behind them that does not completely change with a new placement. And that would be part of their goals that would follow them.
Follow up?
Further question, may inquire.
Thank you. So often people who work for the state don't stay there. And then they would have to get another person to fill that. So would that be the bank account has to, again, be done with someone else?
No,
under it?
it would,
Or-
much like I think of the professional fiduciaries that we have, it's a organizational, it's not an independent name.
Thank you.
And Chairman Hunt, if I could just follow up on a general, theme here in response to the several questions that have been asked. As Senator Carson mentioned when she introduced the bill, we really focus on financial literacy, and these kids are caught in a situation where they have no ability to getting a bank account. like all children whose brains are developing, they're going to make some good choices and bad choices. This is that time for them to learn those choices, and hopefully you're going to make better choices and worse choices. So please consider that when you're actually contemplating on getting into the weeds on the various different scenarios in this bill. And we strongly would advocate not to use that money for DraftKings or anything like that.
Right. We call it the dignity of choice. These kids, they're getting into adulthood. They have the dignity of making choices. You know, some choices are going to be worse than others, but they deserve the chance to make their own choices.
Okay, well, Representative Rapp.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question or comment. I mean, fundamentally, this is money that these kids are going to earn. So
That's
it's really
correct.
their money. And you're helping them by advising them as to best choices and best management practices. So it seems like, yeah, they, even though they're minors, that they really have ownership in this. But obviously, you know, because of issues they have, they may need guidance.
That's right. And again, that goes back to we're not saying we'll consent for every single one. It's a case by case basis of which kid is ready for this and whether it's an appropriate goal for that child.
Great, thank you very much. Having no more cards, we will close the public hearing. And on to our final one this morning. Senate Bill 502, relative to the scanning of non-drivers' identification cards by real estate brokers. We just cover everything today, didn't we?
I like it though.
And it's still morning?
It's still
Senator
mo-
Carson.
Mr. Chairman, I completely understand. This is the sixth bill that I've testified on this morning, so. And
Okay.
it's the last, and then I've got hearings
You're
this
doing
afternoon.
great.
So, again, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of House Commerce. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration this morning Senate Bill 502, relative to the scanning of non-drivers' identification cards by real estate brokers. This legislation is seeking a statutory change to RSA 263, colon 12, section X, or relative to the electronic sharing of a driver's license. The intent of the legislation is to combat an uptick in scammers posing as landowners and asking a real estate agent to list the property. The scam operates in the following manner. An individual will claim to be from out of state and looking to sell a property quickly. In some cases, the scammers have researched the history of the property and have a great deal of information which can make the request appear authentic. There have been cases where deposits from buyers were placed in escrow before the scam was discovered. This is prevalent in the northern part of the state where vacant land is more prevalent, and it is something that is happening across the country with greater frequency. I had read an article about this type of situation in Greenwich, Connecticut, where a gentleman had inherited not only his house, but his family's house, but a plot of land that was next to it, and he kept that land open because he was hoping to leave it to one of his children and they could build a house there. He was currently living in Florida, and he got a phone call from a neighbor saying, "You sold the land?" And he was like, "No, I didn't." Somebody had pretended to be him, sold that piece of land to an unsuspecting buyer, and they dug a foundation, and they were actually in the process of building a home. And this is in Greenwich, Connecticut. A very, very expensive place to live. So, to say the least, he flew up and he confronted the people that were there. It got an attorney, people were arrested, and eventually they discovered that someone had scammed these folks. And the people that actually bought the property and paid to have a house put there, they were now out of quite a bit of money because they did not purchase legal title to the land. So this is the type of situation that this legislation is trying to prevent. Under current law, real estate licensees are prohibited from asking for these buyers to send a copy or photograph of the license to authenticate their identity. Currently, RSA 263.12 prohibits the electronic storage of a driver's license unless specifically exempted by statute or regulation. This bill seeks to add a small exemption to the existing statute for real estate licensees. This bill prohibits retaining the scanned license beyond the closing date of the transaction or when requested by the holders of the driver's license. Currently, pawnbrokers, scrap metal dealers, or secondhand dealers are exempt in statute, while financial institutions, insurance, and other legitimate businesses which deal with motor vehicles are exempt in the rules. Senate Bill 502 would enable real estate licensees to have a similar limited exemption. The leaders from I hope someone's here from the New Hampshire Association of Realtors to provide additional information and can answer any questions. And they were involved in creating the language, in advancing the legislation. And at this point, Mr. Chairman, I will conclude my testimony. I will try to answer any questions, but the realtors are here, and hopefully they can answer the questions.
We have a realtor, thanks.
So this is sort of a would you believe, less of a question. You don't have to go to Greenwich, Connecticut. In Cheshire County, which is not particularly rural, but not particularly developed, we have had a spate of these in the last 6 months. And we actually had, and your example's good, but I want to bring it right home to good old Winchester, New Hampshire. Winchester, New Hampshire has a very popular
Not to be confused with Greenwich.
not to be confused with Greenwich, but if you buy lakefront property anywhere, including Winchester, you can, it's expensive. So we had a sale, the agent listed the property, the scenario, out-of-town seller, amorphous name, like the John B. Hunt Memorial Trust or something like that. And somebody called and said, yeah, that's me. And they listed the property, and the first cash offer that came along, they took. And interestingly, the seller turned down higher offers for more money because they involved time and mortgages and things. But that cash offer looked really good to close in 10 days. And so for $650,000, they closed on a piece of lakefront property on Forest Lake in Winchester. And it was a real shock to the guy who went to build his house to find out that he didn't own it, that it had never, the real seller had never sold the property.
These people doing title, they didn't get a title?
They did. The guy forged, it was completely forged. So the John.
Yeah, but title insurance, and in both these cases, the person didn't buy title insurance.
They were, it was, the title insurance would not have covered them from knowing fraud, as my understanding. So, but they don't go away just because you get caught on one street. We had the exact same scenario where a builder that my company represents said, I'm going to throw in a lowball offer and see what they say on some building lots, not more than a mile away. And to the astonishment of absolutely everyone in my office, the seller, so-called, agreed to this offer. And it was the title we happened to use the same title company that had been scammed by these people 30 days earlier. So this is really prevalent. And I would like to make one other observation about the driver's license issue. This is a health and safety issue for real estate practitioners. There are, and you didn't mention that, it's not really in the bill, but it has been it is not unusual, and I'm going to be very sexist here and say, for women to go and take showings on properties in the evening and at night with people that they don't know. And in retrospect, you would say, why did you do that? But it happens. It's a health and safety issue. And it is recommended in realtor training that you should verify who you're showing property to, but particularly if, after 45 years, nothing surprises you. But when you're new and excited and you have your first or second buyer and they say, I want to meet you out at the property at 6:00 at night on a Wednesday, and it's out on the back end of nowhere, and if you don't come back or nobody knows who you met, that's a problem. And the agents should be able to scan these licenses for that reason as well.
Representative Sullivan, that's a would you believe? Yes.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so is this so when somebody goes to buy a property now, are they checking the identity of people now, or is that like you choose to check the identity?
Thank you for the question. I'm not a real estate person. The realtors are here and they would be able to answer that question if it's required. This is really just an attempt to stop people and establishing really the identity of someone who's selling a piece of property, that they are the actual person. We know it's easy to forge a document, but it can be a little more difficult to forge a driver's license, and you can check a driver's license as well.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I was just looking because it says may, and it sounds like it might be optional.
you're going to leave it up to them. I mean, I kind of shy away from shall, because that means every single time. And it could be you're selling, your brother is selling the property and your brother, so you know who it is, so you wouldn't do something like that. You wouldn't require it. So you just want to give some discretion.
Representative Grassi has a question.
Yeah, one of the concerns I have on here, it talked about in line 25, it talked, you should not retain the scan license for a period of longer than the closing date. And if I would think if it was fraud, you'd probably want to have that license longer than the closing date, because once the scan is gone, you can't figure out who that person is. If they did have a fake license or a fake ID, would putting something in here like maybe 6 months beyond the closing or a year beyond the closing, in case we found out that it was fraudulently purchased, that at least we have a photo of that person?
Thank you for that question. That's an interesting point. When this was crafted, I know my concerns were about privacy and protecting the driver's license. We use our driver's license for so many things today, and we do have a constitutional amendment concerning privacy. And if you put in a section for them to hold it, then you're going to have to put in what are their criteria, how are they going to hold it, how is that going to be maintained, the security around it, and then you're going to have legislation. Well, if there's a breach of security, what are you going to do? This is, it could at some point, if they decide that's what they want to do, but for me, this was a first step in giving them a tool, and the way that I phrase it, it's a tool in the toolbox for realtors. So I understand your concerns, Representative. I was just concerned about privacy issues.
So I take the opposite point of view. In the vacation rental business, this is a huge problem. People take the real estate listing of the house and put it up on Airbnb, and people start, sending monies and try to book and with that to that property when it turns out they didn't really own it. And both my company, I use Verbo, but Airbnb, they all have now promised, that if you get scammed like that, they'll find you another place. They'll try to cover it, but it is a huge issue. So the reason why I say I take a different point of view is that I myself, we were always worried about whether we had an age requirement in the vacation rental, and you're 30 years old, so we ask you to prove it by sending us a copy of your driver's license. And yes, I still have all those driver's licenses attached to the form because I staple it to the thing, and there it is. So I am absolutely aware that I am breaking this statute, but I would say is that what we need to review, and I would not necessarily delay this issue, but I've always, being aware of this problem, is that the customer has a right to say, no, I'm not going to give you my driver's license. In that case, then we just don't do the deal.
Mhm.
But that if the customer is willing to give the driver's license, they have to know that there is a potential that license, that copy is not going to get destroyed. They have to know that. Having said that, I agree with what I was about to say, the same thing that, Representative Grassi is talking about, which is at what point do you destroy that credit card? In my case, it would be when the renter shows up and clearly they're over 30, or we profile them and see that they're over 30, then we're not worried about it. But at the same time, I've heard, of all these scams that, I think that to hold the person who requested it and was given it by the customer, and to hold them responsible to say that they need to, turn it over and they need to burn it and all that. No, come on. I'm going to hold on to it as long as I can be worried that my exposure to that person not being who they were. So that is something that I would think we might want to look at in terms of, this issue isn't just this. I mean, I guess technically vacation rentals is a real estate issue. But there's probably a lot of cases. I mean, I had one, was the classic one, was every time I at my Saab dealer, Independent Motor, they gave me a loaner, they took a copy of my driver's license and they stuck it in their folder. Okay. Now, did I ever ask for it back? No, because the next time I come, they don't have to make another copy. They've already got it. But clearly that violated the law.
Mr. Chairman, I think that a number of points have been raised about this, and I'm going to leave it up to the collective wisdom of this committee. If you want them to be able to hold it, that's fine. I'm not going to complain about it. I would not, hold this up. I do think it's extremely important. We're dealing, as the representative said, with a lot of these things that are happening, that plus people who are squatting in properties. So,
Okay,
I'll leave it
Representative
up to your
Thaxton, you want to have the
collective
last
wisdom.
question?
Just on the issue of what's called non-public information, NPI, I know all of the lenders, if you deal with lender-owned properties and those kinds of things, foreclosures, there are rules on handling, and I think the association may actually have rules on it and professional standards regarding non-public information. So, my only point is there is on the professional side of it, if you belong to the Realtor Association, which all licensees do not, nor do they have to, but there's professional training and constraints on what you're going to do with that non-public information, and obviously people are going to screw up no matter what you do. But I would say I agree with the 6 months, and I wouldn't want to hold this up over it either.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Sarah Mullen, representing the New Hampshire Realtors. And good
Happy
afternoon.
I do not have I can share lots of stories actually. But I think my name is Sarah Holland. I'm the Vice Chair of Public Policy for the New Hampshire Association of Realtors. I am a practicing associate broker and an educator in the real estate space as well. I think you all have done a wonderful job having this conversation before my testimony, and it encompassed a lot of what I was going to say. How this came about was one of our fellow licensees, our colleagues, had a conversation. Someone called and said that they were the son of a former client. They were saying all the right things. Spidey senses went up. They were like, I'm not really sure. I should probably ask for some identification just to make sure. This licensee spoke with a friend of theirs who happened to be a member of the state police. They said, hold up, you can't ask for and retain this driver's license information. So that's where all of this kind of came about. In addition to just the safety aspect of it as well, we would really like for this to be in place. And to add some more kind of hometown stories, there's one particular parcel in the Lakes region that has been targeted multiple times by scammers, and it's actually owned by a fraud attorney, which is interesting.
Perfect.
So yeah, so everybody knows that this is kind of the place, but a number of agents have kind of gone through the motions of getting this almost listed or actually listed before they realized that this was the case. And when you get further down the the transaction process from contract to close, there are some steps that can be taken. Title is doing a really good job now, knowing that these scams are going on, to kind of make sure that they're not getting through closing, and identifying these parties. Lenders, same way, but that's also on just the buy side, not on the sell side, which is where the scammers are. So we kind of want to head it off right at the beginning if we could. So yeah, happy to answer any questions that you have.
I think we're all set.
Perfect.
I think you're hungry.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Okay, having no more cards, we will close the public hearing and see you all back here at 1:15.
I'm well. You tell me how I am in about 15 minutes, okay? Yeah, I'm sorry I had to dash out, but nice to see you. Yeah, I like, I have been going to Ceres Street for almost 50 years. It was fun. That was a lot of fun. Really was.
It's yeah, Badger Company. Okay. I don't see her. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 97 and hear from the prime sponsor, who's already in place and ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Senator David Waters from District 4 to introduce Senate Bill 97 relative to the use of animals in product testing. And it may seem like deja vu all over again, Mr. Chairman, and or maybe a long and winding road, but I think this time we really got it on this bill.
Really
which has
got
been
it. Really
through a
got
lot of
it.
iterations. But to get to the bill, this bill puts some guardrails and regulation around animals in product testing. And why we need to do this is because we want to make sure that New Hampshire has appropriate statute in place should there be animal testing that might go beyond the bounds of what is appropriate under federal legislation. And secondly, it's important to do because while there is some federal regulation on it, they do not enforce federal statute within states. So in a lot of regulation, we also have kind of parallel or concomitant within the state. I think that this bill comes to you in the spirit of what is practical and what is appropriate for animal protection. I think for those of us who've been around for a while, we look back to the commitment for animals in this state. I think Bob Smith, Senator Bob Smith, when he was a representative and a senator, he carried animal protections as one of his main issues. And then after, Judd Gregg, as well, and and particularly with dogs and domestic pets, Senator Bradley. So there's just such a tradition here, making sure that we have the appropriate protections in place. So to look at page 2 is where the heart of the bill is, and it says, don't use traditional animal tests if the alternative is available, or if it meets if it can meet the provisions of the exceptions that are provided. And so what this will let us do is to say that, here are the criteria, but importantly listing on page 1, the exceptions. And just to turn to those then, you have your definition of alternative test methods, and this is not something that we invented. This is what other states have, and it outlines where alternative methods are defined, and then noting, starting on line 18, the exceptions, that sometimes in biomedical research, if there is not an appropriate alternative, then that's what you can conduct the research. You have your definition of contract testing facility, manufacturer, and traditional animal test method. In particular, in the biomedical research, apparently I had thought we had really made sure that the universities and colleges' research was covered by the language here. I think they want to tweak this to make sure that the kind of testing they do would be appropriately recognized in the bill, and the protection for testing that simply must be done for life-saving drugs and other reasons. So I think you're going to hear about a possible little amendment there, and I think that makes some sense. What really, as you know, there's been a lot of history on this bill a couple times, and it was retained in the Senate. And what really kind of broke the logjam was on page 2, that last paragraph. We went around and around on whether there would be the Attorney General or some other agency would have enforcement or fines or penalties and so on. And then would we have to create a record-keeping registry where the state would be responsible for collecting the records of any lab or any manufacturer or so on. And what we came up with great advice from the Attorney General's office and others in HHS too, have a record-keeping requirement, but have it be on the folks who may be doing the testing to post whether or not they're doing it. And it would just be on their website or otherwise, and to alert the public that by that means. And that's really what made this bill possible, that seemed a very reasonable approach to take as to how we had some assurance that the people would know if such testing was taking place, and that these alternative test methods and traditional test methods criteria had been followed. So I know we're going to have Kurt Ehrenberg here and some folks representing Dartmouth who can talk more about it, but I would be glad to take a couple questions, but I probably prefer to turn it over too. But
Okay.
go ahead.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for your testimony. I just have a question on, it just popped into my head, so forgive me. Does this apply to animal testing in the womb? So if the animal, let's say it's an embryo, could a manufacturer still do testing on an embryo? Would that fall under this statute?
I'm going to have to leave it up to the experts. I can't imagine.
Think so.
I can't imagine, but I don't know. Interesting. Thank you.
You can't ask questions. You're a co-sponsor. Yes, go ahead. Ask your question.
Oh, you're
Thank
tough,
you.
Mr. Chairman.
Right. My question is, how many companies are doing animal testing? Do you know? Is there a record of who's doing
Thanks
this?
for your question. As best that I know, and again, Kurt will address this, there is no company, manufacturer is currently doing it. We heard from folks like Burt's Bees who have made a corporate commission to commitment to not use that, and they advertise that. But I think that the inverse of this is that we don't want New Hampshire to become a target for a company that might wish to start that testing because we don't have the appropriate statutes in place. Certainly, there is appropriate testing that may be undertaken in the biomedical research, and that's important, and that's why the federal statute, the exemptions are there that, for health and, whatever it may be, that there is no alternative, then yes, those are permitted, but as far as a manufacturer or a cosmetic company, at this point, there is none currently.
Representative Patusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Waters. I have a question. You mentioned who would be doing the testing. I noticed line 18 to 27 says, we know what the different types of testing are. My question is, does it really matter who is doing it? By listing who, we would either include or exclude by accident someone.
Thanks for your question. I think that what has tried to be done in lines 18 through 29 here is to provide that kind of coverage. So you got your biomedical, you got contract testing facilities, you got manufacturers, I mentioned cosmetic folks. And then I think the traditional animal test method kind of sets the criteria about what you would evaluate, who might be doing it. So I think this is pretty comprehensive. And again, it is kind of modeled on what the federal guidelines are.
Thank you. I agree.
Thank you. Was that, I'm sorry, anybody else?
Well, I guess I'll play a devil's advocate here.
Go ahead.
So, as I read this record keeping thing,
Yep.
so the record keeping thing is that we're going to require anybody who does do it, right? And I guess we're kind of Dartmouth Hitchcock. If they do it, they have to put on their web page that they're doing this testing.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so after 2026, so they have some time. And note that there's an exclusion here for biomedical research. So every experiment conducted at, UNH or Dartmouth wouldn't have to be listed on the website because they would be covered under the federal and other requirements on the biomedical definitions here. But if you're a manufacturer or contract testing facility, if you begin to do this, then you would put on your website, we are conducting such and such tests.
Right. So, but it's still limited to some requirements of what the processing being. So
If I may, Mr. Chairman, so you see in lines 17 and 18, number and species of animals used on page 2. Number of species of animals used, type and number of alternative test methods used, the number of waivers used, and the purpose of the testing for all methods. So it's a very light touch, really, just that somebody can check.
Right. So
and
now I'm
see.
going to play devil's advocate. So why do we have to say no manufacturer or contractor shall use a traditional animal test method, which is appropriate alternative measures? So as long as we're not going to ban it, we're just going to say is if you are doing it, you as long as you put it on your web page and tell everybody, because this public disclosure is, I assume, intended to be sort of a public embarrassment. That you might think it's awkward to put on your web page that the fact that you're testing animals.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, I mean, go ahead. I didn't mean
Yeah, so I'm saying. I said, so isn't that penalty enough for someone who's, given that we have nobody who's doing this now, and somebody wants to come to New Hampshire and start up a biotech business or whatever, and they, feel compelled to need to test animals, shouldn't we just be happy that we've got this requirement that they have to put it on their webpage and publicly announce to everybody in the world that that's what they're doing?
Thanks for the question. I think that, to me, it's not about public embarrassment or anything. I think what it is for us to know that they have checked the boxes, that if there is no alternative method available, they're using the traditional. That's what it gets at. We have all the exceptions for alternative, and they can just say we're using X alternative method on these animals for these purposes. If the alternative doesn't exist, or they have an exemption because of the things that are listed, then they'll say we're using traditional test method on these animals under such and such protocol. And so it is a light touch, but I think it's important because it says to the folks coming in that we got an eye on this. The state of New Hampshire is interested in protecting animal welfare. I mean, that is a very deep tradition for us, and this is just to say, we're going to take some appropriate caution to make sure that the statute's being followed.
Got it. So who is the regulating agency?
That's, I think, thanks for the question. That, I think, is another reason why the bill worked in the Senate, because it is silent on that, because we did not want to involve that HHS or DOJ would have to visit every website of every person in the state looking for it. It is public information. If a member of the public, such as, I can imagine Humane Society or SPCA, if they're concerned about this, and they can look around the websites and see who's doing what. And that I think is if they think that there is a violation, I suppose it could be called to the attention, or I would say they could call it to the attention of the state. But I didn't want the state to be involved in surveillance of everybody who's in business in the state. And I think we often, have things that are posted by companies, and this seemed to me to be a light touch and appropriate way to put the responsibility on the manufacturers to let the public know.
No, it's untenable. I mean, I've never had a bill in which we aren't going to identify who the regulator is. You gotta know who's regulating. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Kurt. You're up.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg. I'm the State Director of the Humane Society of the United States. And I'm here in favor of SB 97 as amended. I want to thank Senator Waters for his testimony. I also want to thank Senator Ricciardi from Bedford, who did a lot of work on this bill, a friend of animals in New Hampshire. And I want to thank this committee for hearing this bill again and doing so much work on this bill over the last couple of years. So thank you. In terms of my testimony, I furnished written testimony to everyone. We have letters of support from some New Hampshire companies. This bill prohibits the testing of products on animals in New Hampshire if there is a better way to do it. It's that simple. The original bill had provisions for inspecting products that came in from other states. That's not in this bill anymore. The original bill had compliance through the Attorney General's office, which was deemed much too expensive and onerous by many of you. That's not in this bill anymore. What is in this bill is a reporting mechanism that allows us and all of the people who love animals in New Hampshire, which is a huge majority of people in this state who love animals and support this bill and support these kinds of measures in this state, that, the reporting means that people like us who love animals and monitor this, we have a large organization that is concerned about this issue, will make sure that this law is enforced in this state. I'm happy to take any questions.
So you're the regulating agency.
Sure.
You mean?
No, I mean, seriously. We don't think it's a problem. We want to make sure it is not a problem. We want to set an example for human beings around the world that they do not unnecessarily have to cause suffering in animals. It's plain and simple. We need your vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a question, Representative Walsh, who's a huge animal lover.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I am. And thank you for taking my question. So to our chairman's very valid point, should you or someone discover that, once this bill gets passed, that yes, there is a company out there that is going against this, who would you bring it to? So do you know in other states who the regulator is?
My organization alone has resources, legal, technical, etc., that we could bring to bear to make sure that that company was out of business. whether it was through legal protests, whatever it may be. You know, we will, this bill is important. To stop the cruel testing, unnecessary cruel testing on animals is very important. So what my organization has decided to do is, you know, we will, if the state of New Hampshire doesn't have the resources to protect these animals, we'll take that on. All we're asking is that you make sure that we know what's going on, and that anyone who might be doing this to animals has to tell us. And if they're testing products and not testing on animals, fine. And you know, if there is a small amendment to this bill, because you know we have been very clear, biomedical research is not part of this bill. So if there needs to be a provision, a slight language change to protect a facility at Dartmouth, fine, as long as that language is very clear that it is only for biomedical research purposes. We would be okay with that, depending on what the language actually is.
Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I love animals. I just want to tell you that. I have a dog. I love my dog.
Is it a bulldog?
It's American Staffordshire, but yeah. There was a couple of recent news stories. One, the federal government was paying for research for beagles, thousands and thousands of beagles. They were tying them down and inflicting sandfly larvae on the dogs, on their heads, until it drove the dogs insane. And they were released from the lab and went up for adoption. There's a big news story about how those puppies were freed.
Just so you know, Kurt asked me to if I was interested in adopting one of those dogs.
Oh, that's really good.
I know those dogs.
Yeah, that's very
Personal
cool. So that pulled up my
Those
heartstrings.
dogs.
I do know those dogs, actually.
That's really good. But I want to follow up because of it could be a potential loophole. There are also recent stories about there's new technology where they can grow animals in like a plastic bag. They can grow sheep in a plastic bag, right? And well, they could be a cloned animal. So as a potential loophole for this bill that you're proposing, does it outlaw testing on fetal animals, on animals that have not yet been born? And just following up on the question.
So the way I read this bill, any animal, anything like any part of you would be part of you, would be contained as a part of your person, that if you're testing on the animal, you're testing on the animal. It's pretty clear. That's how I read it.
Okay, we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Joan O'Brien from New Hampshire Animal Rights League. Good afternoon. You have to push the button. There you go.
I'm not Joan O'Brien.
Oh, okay.
No, but I'm speaking for Joan today because
Great.
Joan has jury duty.
Really?
So she asked me to fill in for her. So here I am. Yeah, I know.
That's
Anyway, so my name is Linda Dion and I'm from Raymond, New Hampshire.
okay. So Linda Dion.
Yes. And so she wanted me to read this. Is it okay if I read her testimony?
No problem.
Okay. And I apologize for the paper it's printed on. I didn't
I-
realize that
I
was the
thought it was
paper
very-
in my printer. And I couldn't see doing it over. That would be a waste. So, Chairman Hunt, and everybody else on the committee, thank you for letting me speak. And on behalf of the New Hampshire Animal Rights League, Joan is the president of the New Hampshire Animal Rights League. So on behalf of the New Hampshire Animal Rights League and our members, we respectfully request that the committee support Senate Bill 97 to prohibit product testing on animals when an alternative test method can be used. This bill is another step forward in the campaign to end the infliction of pain and suffering on animals under the guise of human protection. Many tests performed on animals continue simply to comply with regulations rather than for any scientific value. Animals are burned, blinded, scalded, poisoned, mutilated, starved, and have substances forced down their throats through tubes so that the products we use every day can be called safe. Senate Bill 97 will prevent any such unnecessary tests from taking place in New Hampshire. As you consider this bill, note that today, April 24th, happens to be World Day for Laboratory Animals. I know. Isn't that a coincidence, huh? Since its inception in 1979, World Day for Lab Animals has spurred the global effort to halt animal suffering and substitute these experiments with sophisticated non-animal methods. These changes cannot come fast enough for the estimated 825,000 animals experimented on in the United States every year. This includes roughly 72,000 monkeys, 45,000 dogs, and 13,000 cats. If you add birds, mice, rats, and fish, species considered so unimportant that researchers don't even have to report how many they use, the number of animals used in experiments each year is in the tens of millions. In closing, we hope that the committee will support SB 97, and in honor of World Day for Lab Animals, Joan would like to ask you to pledge to purchase only cruelty-free cosmetics and household products. And thank you for your consideration. And I would just like to say a little bit. I've been around a long time. I did a lot of letter writing in the 1980s about product testing on animals, the cruelty and everything. That was before computers, letter writing. And a lot of progress has been made, but this will be a little bit more progress, especially for New Hampshire, and that's what we need. And I'd also like to say that getting products that are cruelty-free is not that difficult anymore. Like in the 80s, I used to have to send away for products that weren't tested on animals. Now even Dove has the little bunny logo, so you can buy all of Dove products. And even the dollar, and a lot of people are concerned that it costs more. Even in the dollar store, you can find a lot of cruelty-free products.
Amazing. Yeah, when it says 825, where's all this testing occurring?
In labs around the country.
Yeah, like, do you know which states or
What
don't have this
states?
law, or where
Yeah.
where are all these testings occurring? I'm shocked.
Yeah, I don't have the answer. I haven't been following it that closely.
Maybe Kurt has it.
Yeah, I think Kurt might, or someone else might have the information.
Great.
I mean, yeah, probably
you.
in the New York. I think Boston, Harvard has labs. Yeah, you know. Yeah.
They escaped the train?
A train or a truck. Lab monkeys got these.
This wasn't a movie.
So
Okay,
it is.
sorry.
It's a very cruel thing
Yeah.
and unnecessary. Most
Great.
of the,
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we do have a question if you're willing to take a question.
Sure. Probably can't answer it, but yeah.
No, this just
She'll
real-
give you, she's gentle.
Oh,
I love animals. So how do I find out if something's cruelty free? Is there a logo on it?
yeah, there's the little leaping bunny.
A bunny.
On,
Happy bunny.
So you just you just look on the back of the product and you'll see. Sometimes the bunny is missing, but it will say not tested on animals. And I'd also like to mention, you know, we just had Earth Day. A lot of these products too are plant-based, so they're better for the environment. So in honor of Earth Day and in honor of the Lab Day today, you know, it'd be great if everybody could just buy cruelty-free products. It's really easy to do.
Is it
Not
okay
like-
that I'm giving my cat Prozac? Seriously?
Yeah, I know pets are another thing.
Representative Spear.
In answer to that question, California has the most testing of animals, but they also have the most comprehensive laws. So I hate to say it, but the laws don't seem to be stopping it.
Yeah. No.
The monkeys got loose in Pennsylvania.
They don't allow cosmetic testing in California.
That's about the only one that they do.
The monkeys
Yeah.
got loose in Pennsylvania.
Well,
right?
this is
But
about
that's the
cosmetic-
answer to it.
Yeah.
It's California.
Okay.
And
Well, thank
seconded
you.
by Texas.
Yeah. Texas.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Another thing I'd like to say, we all say we love animals, and, that's true. It is true that if you take any poll, most people do love animals.
Can't live without them.
Right.
Okay, got one card left. And Gina Powers will come up and ask for an exemption. I'm reading this bill. It looks like you might be exempted anyways, aren't you? So. Unclear what biomedical means? The investigation of biological processes of disease.
Either under biomedical research or the definition of contract testing facility. I think that they're concerned that they would fall under that, but I can get to that in my testimony. So thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Gina Powers from Rathyoung and Pignatelli, here today on behalf of Dartmouth College in opposition to Senate Bill 97 as amended by the Senate. I have to issue a mea culpa to the committee, as I did to the prime sponsor. Admittedly, we did not know that this legislation was making its way through the process. And we were just notified a little while ago that we might have some concerns with the testing that we do at our facilities at Dartmouth College. We take no position on the underlying bill or the underlying policy, I guess I should say, but we believe that as written, it could have some unintended consequences. Dartmouth College is an academic institution that receives funding for testing through the National Institute of Health and the National Science Foundation, and that testing that they conduct at Dartmouth College directly benefits the citizens of the state of New Hampshire. When institutions such as Dartmouth College receive that federal funding, it ends up triggering a process and a requirement that alternatives to animal testing must be considered, and the use of that testing, of animal testing, needs to be scientifically justified. And the definition of scientifically justified means that alternatives would be either incomplete, uninformative, or infeasible, and that the animal model is likely to yield important insights, and that the studies are performed with the fewest animals possible. So unless amended, Dartmouth has concerns that the research that they're doing that's peer-reviewed and federally funded, that's developing new cancer treatments, treatments for cystic fibrosis, and efforts to address traumatic brain injuries, PTSD, and the like, could not move forward. And so if the committee decides that they want to move forward with the legislation, we're just asking for whether it be an exemption or that the committee consider amending one of the two definitions that I talked about relative to either biomedical research or contract testing facility to protect the work that the college is doing. My understanding is that UNH also has some of the same concerns that we do, but unfortunately they were unable to be here today as well. But I do know that Dartmouth College and UNH are willing to work with any subcommittee and provide actual experts, because believe it or not, I am not an expert in this field, to come and discuss things with the subcommittee should they see fit. In speaking with Senator Waters and Mr. Ehrenberg, I do understand their concerns that any amendment that we propose is very much tied to the definition of biomedical research. We're not doing any sort of product testing on cosmetics or anything at the college, so I think that we can definitely work with them to ensure that animals are protected and that we are doing the research within the biomedical sphere. So happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Representative McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is your concern about translational research primarily?
I would have to get back to you on that.
Or follow up?
further question.
Or is it more use of animals in like acute or surgical intervention training?
I do not believe it is training. I believe it is just strictly within the parameters of research for their medical facility. They're not going to be putting any products out to society or anything like that. I don't think it actually has to do with anything that maybe Dartmouth Hitchcock is doing as far as treatment or surgeries or surgical interventions or anything like that, if that's what I understand your question to be.
If we're having a subcommittee, that'd be helpful to be able to differentiate between translational or if they're clinical therapeutic or clinical therapy or surgical intervention, so we can clarify that if it needs to be. I'm not sure it needs to be,
Understood.
but if that's your ask, it'd be good to know what you're.
Well, I guess I was just going to simply say is you have the language in front of you, so have their legal beagles to.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to say that.
Well,
to review it.
No pun intended, yeah.
And change it to add or subtract or whatever. I assume in that sentence where the no provision of this period, there's something they might want to add to that sentence to give clarification of what they think they might be running afoul of.
Right. And that was the conversation that I had with Mr. Ehrenberg, and he just wanted it to be explicit that it was for, a educational institution for the purposes of biomedical research or something along those lines that was linked.
So if
there.
you could just find something to add to that sentence, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And having no more cards, we will close the public hearing. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing and Senate Bill 365 and hear from the prime sponsor, Senator Waters.
I forgot to give you my card. I'll hand it up to you at the end.
That's
Sorry.
fine. We know who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 365 relative to the sale or use of lithium-ion batteries for electric bicycles, scooters, or personal electric mobility devices. A little bit of background on this bill. I think we've all seen the great increase in popularity of e-bikes and other e-mobility devices, especially if you go to our, more urban areas. You'll see great proliferation, not only for transportation, but for people running businesses, delivery services, and so forth. And there's been concern about the safety of the batteries used here. I saw a couple reports around the country, particularly out of New York, where there have been some fires that have been caused by these batteries. So I looked into it and tried to see what other places were doing to make sure we ensured public safety with the use of these batteries. So I looked particularly to an ordinance that was passed in New York City, and I believe there's been a lot of legislation on this out in some of the western states, Utah and Nevada, where the popularity of e-bikes has just soared out there, and the scooters and so forth. It is important for us to protect consumers and to make sure that the products they have are safe, especially when it comes to something that can create a fire. I'm really grateful to the work with the State Fire Marshal, Marshal Toomey, who was here to work on this language and to develop this bill, and the fire marshal in all kinds of areas of fires that are associated with lithium-ion batteries and other devices. You know, a great deal of training and trying to keep up with this to make sure we have the protections that we need. And so that's what the bill is for. Just as I will also mention that, you know, well, what are we really looking at? And it seems from the research I could do that if you have batteries that are appropriately tested and labeled, that the fire danger is exceedingly low and rare. But off-market, aftermarket, rebuilt, counterfeit, those can create some problems. I will note that there's a recent report from Massachusetts there were a total of 50 fires last year created by lithium-ion batteries. None of them were for electric bikes or electric mobility devices. Mostly were, you know, our cell phones, things like that, and there was one car fire. So I said, this is rare, but I think we need these protections in place so that we know our consumers will be appropriately protected. And the last thing I'll mention is that, you know, technology is moving so fast on batteries, and there is now commercially available, and I think it's going to replace almost all the mobility device batteries. There is a solid state battery which cannot catch fire, and that is now being marketed by a European country. We're gonna see that eventually become the standard, but for now, I think we need some protection. So let me explain what the bill does. In the first place, looking in statute, I saw we did not have up-to-date definitions of batteries or of electric scooters or other devices. So that part of the first part of the bill is definitional and updating what we had in statute, which was outdated since we first started to put these controls in statute. So the bill then addresses two things. You'll see on H2 that we prohibit the distribution or selling in a state of any lithium-ion batteries or chargers for light electric-powered vehicles or personal mobility devices that have not been certified by a nationally recognized testing laboratory, and I list the current standards that are there for these. And please note on lines 21, 22, you know, working with the fire marshal, you know, these standards, new standards will come along, and so it would be under his purview to determine if there are additional standards that could be used in judging the safety of the batteries. Since we passed in the Senate, I've been approached by a couple of companies, most particularly Nemo. It's the outdoor equipment company based in Dover, and they do a lot of defense contracting. They're one of the main suppliers for Department of Defense and all kinds of camping and other equipment. And they said that they are using lithium-ion batteries in some of their devices that are under the European standard. So I have an amendment there which adds that European standard, which I think is completely appropriate and a strict standard, and then still includes that the fire marshal is the best judge of which standards would be appropriate to use. So that is what the amendment is there. Then we want to have that certification is visible on the packaging or on the device. And then some exceptions. If people are renting bikes and so on, we can't, you know, we can't kind of go back in time and expect that these people will be required. If it's sold secondhand or rented, I mean, you know, somebody's selling a secondhand bike and they may have scraped off that thing or whatever. This is for new ones. And then some violations there, which are pretty standard violations for what I've seen other municipalities and states doing. Then the aftermarket, the second use lithium-ion batteries. And this one I think is particularly important for us to have some regulation on, because here's where we can't know if that product is really safe. So that's why the reconditioned or the second use ones there on page 2, line 6 are covered. On line 10, the distinction is made between a registered motor vehicle, because those are covered by other things, and the unregistered ones, because we do not require state registration of e-bikes and certain kinds of scooters as well. And then the sales provision, starting with H4, there's where we get into the, that it must be sealed, must be attested and approved by. And then finally, people are pretty clever and inventive when it comes to getting around the law. And one thing that has been noticed in New York and other places, that people are creating counterfeit stickers. And so we need to have in statute that if you create a counterfeit sticker, you've broken the law. So consumer protection, and I think this puts us in a good place to make sure as these devices become more popular that we have in statute what we need. And I, you know, the expert really on all of this is our fire marshal, and I really appreciate his help with this, and he's here to answer some of the questions about what they're seeing in the fire departments and the fire service. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Representative Burrows.
Thanks for taking the question. I don't know if I should ask you or the fire chief. I was contacted by the National Bike Group, and they suggested, in terms of the standard, that it should say on its line 19 that instead of nationally recognized testing laboratory, that it be ISO accredited. So I don't know, you know, if that was one suggestion. And you mentioned the European standard, and they delineated that as being EN 15194. So I thought I'd bring that up as well.
Thank you for that. I'd heard from them too, and I will leave it to Marshal Toomey on this. I do think that last phrase, as approved by the New Hampshire State Fire Marshal, that is quite comprehensive.
Okay.
But if the marshal thinks that it would be appropriate to mention that standard, which I know the bike folks have suggested, of course it makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have to dash for another bill, but if there are any questions that anything I can do, please let me know. Thank you.
Okay,
Just for
Sean.
the official record, you will
Tim-
Thanks.
No, it's our trading cards, right?
Yes, yeah. Okay, Sean Toomey, are you our official fire marshal or director of the office? Or?
Good afternoon, Sean Toomey. I'm the state fire marshal. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I think Senator Waters laid things out pretty well. Doesn't leave a lot. I did have the opportunity to work with him in reviewing this bill. We crafted it on a lot of the language and work that New York has been doing, because they've been seeing and researching most of the issues around e-mobility fires and e-bike fires. I think the biggest thing in our mind is that, as Senator Waters indicated, the ones that are certified products tend to have less issues. And in 2022, the Consumer Product Safety Commission really pushed on manufacturers and resellers and others to try to move towards certifications. And then in November of 23, there was a national campaign that identified 6 areas that revolved around battery safety. And the first one is choosing certified products. So there's a real emphasis over the last couple of years that with certified products, we're going to have less issues around fires. I will say that capturing the data nationally is a bit of a challenge. Our national data system for fires is a little bit in the past, and it's going under a significant rework with the U.S. Fire Administration right now. We have been finding, we've asked fire chiefs in New Hampshire to start collecting it and giving us information. We're fortunately only seeing about 8 to 10 fires a year over the last couple of years around these types of devices. But as the popularity of increases, we want to make sure we get ahead of some of the challenges and really try to, I think, set up for success, that we have the right devices, good education, and things like that. So I think, putting this language in the bill and asking our consumers when they purchase new devices to buy certified, use certified, I think would be a great step for fire safety for our citizens in the state. I'd ask for you to support the bill. Any questions?
Great, questions? Oh, over here, Representative Picciselli.
Thank you, and thank you for what you do. So my question is around two parts. The enforcement part is number one, and the consumer education is another part. So I'm not sure if that's included in this bill.
Sure. I think the way the framework of the enforcement could be left to any real law enforcement official. It's open for the fines, and the structure is pretty open as far as any law enforcement agency could enforce the fines if they needed to. As far as education goes, we've been doing a lot of education on social media outreach in our office over the last probably 2 years, and we'll occasionally do informational bulletins on lithium-ion battery safety. We've been doing a lot for the fire service around suppression efforts, working with the fire academy to do more and more around training for the fire service. Any of the events that we go to, we try to have a component to lithium battery safety as well. There's a bill also in that's on the I believe it's coming up on the consent calendar that talks about electric vehicle and lithium battery. Doing a study council is what it's going to end up being, and it's asked my office to be me to be the chair of it, but to bring a bunch of the stakeholders across the state to really look at lithium-ion, a bigger picture, lithium-ion batteries and electric vehicles, and try to help get education and stuff out. So I think we've got a lot more to do in the area, but I think anything we can do to kind of get ahead and educate the consumers will be good. So
Especially at the point of sale.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, and thanks for doing what you do. Any input on the definition of electric scooter? Was that taken from some other standard definition?
Yeah,
Or
thank
does
you.
that impact
The scooter, the language, these definitions came mostly from the language that New York had crafted and the work they did over the last year or two there. So trying to mirror as closely as what the guidance is that other areas in the country have done. So it's trying to be consistent. I think, to the point about the ISO and some of that other language, this is constantly evolving and it's moving pretty fast. So I think having a little bit of flexibility for me to be like, yeah, that nationally recognized testing lab is good, or that fits the mold of what we're after, I think is a good thing. I think we might have to come back to you in a year or two and make some other minor changes, I think, because it's just things are moving a little bit faster than the codes and the standards around this in this area.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you for taking our questions. I just had a question about data around the fires that have been happening. I've been reading about them. Is there data to support that those fires were caused by uncertified batteries and manufacturers? Is that supported by the data?
Thank you. We don't have we don't have that to that level in New Hampshire.
How about nationally?
Nationally, I'd have to do a little bit more research, honestly, on that right now.
And just follow up.
Further question, may I inquire?
I just want to focus in on the word recondition on line 6. So currently are batteries being reconditioned and repurposed? And where do the batteries go if they can't be reconditioned? Do they go to the landfill, or do they go to, does this prevent recycling if we prevent reconditioning?
There is, thank you. There are opportunities, and there's some companies out there that do battery recycling at this point. And so that's available. Actually, in the initiative that I talked about, there is a point about proper disposal as well. And there's a bill that was introduced this session that talks about proper disposal in New Hampshire as far as recycling, not putting them in the landfills.
Representative Post.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today. Is that, would that be hazardous waste?
I believe that's where they put it into. Yeah. It's. Is there,
Because
yeah.
I do know in New Hampshire, there are towns that no longer have the ability to store hazardous waste where they are, because some conglomerate of towns had gotten together and then they disbanded. So we do have towns that are left without it. So what would we do in that case?
I would have to research that. Call me. I'll store them at my house. No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will close the public hearing. Okay.
You can put the fire marshal's phone number on the battery.
I put it in my phone.
It's
Yeah,
there.
well, because I used to remember the old guy who was our fire marshal for years. I didn't even know we had a new one. Yes, please. Shake that tree. Don't worry. Okay, what do we got today?
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt, members of the Commerce Committee. Always a pleasure to be back before you. My name is Grant Bossy. I'm Deputy Chief of Staff of the New Hampshire Senate. Here to introduce Senate Bill 334 on behalf of Senator Dan Innes, the bill's prime sponsor. Currently, student loan programs, public, at least state student loan programs in New Hampshire are bonded through the New Hampshire Higher Education Assistance Foundation and the New Hampshire Health and Education Facilities Authority, or HEFA. This bill would simply empower the New Hampshire Business Finance Authority to also issue bonds for these student loans. This is a way they could issue them without fees, would provide another path potentially for a more affordable way for students to finance their higher education. I will defer technical questions to the experts behind me who are testifying in support of this bill, but if you have any questions for Senator Innes, I can be sure to get you an answer. Thank you for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 334.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, James Key Wallace from the BFA. Yeah, you gotta push the button. There you
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me today. For the record, I'm James Key Wallace, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Business Finance Authority. Just here to make a couple very quick points. I think I said 3 minutes on my card. I'll try to stick to it. And I'm happy to take any questions that you'd like. Mr. Bossy summarized it well. This simply adds the BFA to the allowed issuers of bonds that support low-cost student loans for kids going to school in New Hampshire, from New Hampshire, their families, things like that. This comes at no cost to the taxpayer. This is not a taxpayer-supported program. There's no fees paid out of the budget or any other sense for this. These bonds are actually private loans from the capital markets going to private families, but there's a state agency in that process who authorizes what's called the issuance of the bond and kind of looks it over and makes sure that everything's compliant with regulations. There are limits to how much a state can issue in these type of bonds each year. These are not like the bonds that the state issues for like capital planning. These are not state debts. And that limit is what's known as volume cap. The BFA is the agency that receives that volume cap. And the way it works now is when a student loan provider needs to go to the market and get the capital to make those loans, they have to come to the BFA, apply to get the volume cap. It has to get transferred over to New Hampshire HEFA. The New Hampshire HEFA issues the bonds, and this just sort of allows them, if they choose, to cut out some of those intermediate steps. It cuts costs. It makes the loans more affordable for the families in New Hampshire. And it's just a more efficient kind of minor tweak to the process. And I'm happy to take questions.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you for taking my question. So I'm just kind of curious about the structure of all of this. So if these bonds go bad, are taxpayers on the hook?
No, definitely not.
Definitely not. So if So who is on the hook then if somebody stops paying them back?
The lender. Yeah, these are just normal loans, student loans that lenders make to families. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when the state's issuing or taking out bonds or issuing bonds on their behalf, if that lender can't pay back the state for those bonds, or am I misunderstanding how this all works?
Yeah, it's a good question. I wish they were called something other than bonds, because there's really, I mean, the word bond can mean so many things, right? There's the type of bonds that New Hampshire issues to borrow money for, right? And they borrow money and they spend it on all sorts of things. There's another type of bond, which are known as conduit bonds. And that's the type of bond that we're talking about. It's the type of bond the BFA issues hundreds of millions, on regular course. What a conduit bond is it goes through a state agency, because an agency by law has to say that the use of these proceeds is what's known as qualified for its purpose. So student loans for student loan bonds, docks and wharves and airports for those kind of bonds. But it's called a conduit bond because the bond documents themselves say in no way remotely ever is the issuer or the state responsible for the repayment of these bonds. It's purely playing an administrative role to say, do these bonds fit into the federal category that allows the bonds to be issued in the first place? Those are called conduit bonds. They're very, very common. They're used all the time to finance all sorts of different projects. They're private market transactions, just as they are in this case.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Yep, sure.
Okay. Representative Thaxton.
So, 45 years ago, the Commonwealth of Virginia had something called the Virginia Educational Loan Authority. They issued conduit bonds. My education is a result of those bonds. At that time, the private interest or the interest rates on the private market typically for a house were around 15%, maybe 13, depends upon the year. And my student loans were at 7.5%, which was a grand deal. In my son's experience, who's roughly 40 years younger than me, he borrowed money to go to college in what was effectively a 4.5% market, and the interest rates on the private loans that he got were at 9% or 8-ish or whatever. So there's a difference in the arrangement. And when I borrowed the money and paid it off, you could refinance. So is the two questions that I have regarding these potential loans, this potential conduit for funding education, are you likely to be loaning the money to New Hampshire students and families at or below current market rates, or at or above current market rates? And is there a function in this bond structure where it would allow student borrowers, because one of the big controversies in the public obviously today is student borrowing, and it would help a significant number of borrowers who don't have who have student loans that would be able to refinance them at more equitable rates than some of these kids borrowed money at 11.5%. So that's my question. Is there a refinance option in here? Does this provide for that, which would go a long way to reduce pressure on student borrowers, or is it new money only? And the question is, where do you expect this to settle for interest rates? Is this going to be a premium rate because it's a subprime product, or is this going to be a preferential rate because it's a good thing to do?
Sure. Thank you, Representative. So just to make sure it's 100% clear, so the BFA is not lending any of this money to anyone. We're just performing the function. We're issuing the bond. The New Hampshire Higher Education, Loan Corporation, they're the ones who are the student lenders and deal with all of that. In general, and I don't know if they're here today actually, but in general, so the way that it works is these bonds are what are known as tax exempt bonds. which means that when they're then offered to the ultimate borrower, they're typically about 25% lower of an interest rate than what the typical market would be, because the entity buying the bond sort of providing the big bulk of capital, which then gets lent out. They don't have to pay taxes on the money they earn from that bond in exchange by lowering the rate by that same amount. And depending on their tax bracket as an institution, it's typically about 25%, which sort of lines up with what I heard your student loans were close anyhow. I can't speak to, I think you said it was your son's situation, but these are, yeah. So these would be tax exempt bonds for New Hampshire students who generally are getting a better deal than they would get in the market because of their nexus to New Hampshire. And I don't know the answer to your refinance question. I apologize.
Okay, moving on. Representative McAleer.
Quick question. Who's the end owner of these bonds? Is it an institution, or is it typically a John Q. Public who got these bonds through Merrill Lynch?
It depends. So there are a couple ways to sell bonds on the market. And, the way that you do it would ultimately be up to that higher education loan corporation, or New Hampshire Advantage, I think it's called now. Generally speaking, it depends on the size. So if the bond is big enough, like let's say it's 20 million or 50 million, for example, they would do what's called a public offering, where they go to the capital markets and you get like the Bank of America's and US banks to bid on the bonds, and whoever gives the lowest interest rate in the private market buys the bonds. Oftentimes bonds are available for, if you're on like your Fidelity account or whatever, and you can see it, you could go buy a bond if they're rated for individual purchase. It depends on the bond by bond.
Just a quick follow. What do you expect the rating on these bonds to be?
That's a great question. I'd have to defer that to the New Hampshire Advantage folks, the Student Loan Corporation. It depends on how they package them. I wish they were here, actually. Yeah.
I assume other states have done this. Typically, what have been the ratings? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware. This was just done last year. I could probably go look it up and come back to you in a few minutes. But these are kind of a very normal thing that happen all the time in the market.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, now, Representative Perez.
Thanks for taking my question. Chairman Hunt instituted a new thing in this committee called Story Hour, so I'm going to follow along with that. So if little Johnny Hunt wants to get a student loan, finally go to college, right? How would he get access to this money for a student loan?
Through the New Hampshire Higher Education Loan Corporation, which is
so
a
you would apply-
nonprofit
So you
organization.
apply directly.
Yeah, you would apply to them.
Okay.
Maybe it goes through the financial aid office at school.
They used to have another name.
Yeah.
It was Granite or something like that. It was in New Hampshire.
Granite State Management and Resources, I think.
Yeah, it was
They have a...
They had another, I never was another name for it, but
Yes,
back when my
Mr.
kids
Chair.
were in college.
Yes, I think I borrowed money from them
You did the same
in the
thing, right?
90s. Yeah.
I remember the stone, their logo.
Yeah.
The stone logo. But,
Yeah, I saw it every month, I think.
But as someone who does buy bonds, the bond market is usually bundled. They're usually bundled with several other bond issues, and it's basically in terms of your portfolio, you want to have a balanced portfolio. They're all definitely A-rated bonds, and there's not it is obviously for people who are interested in investing in the bond market, and normally it's only someone who has enough that you want to spread around, that you want to have the bond market as a safety net. Most people are in the stock market. You're not necessarily in the bond market. So, okay, Representative Hammond, you're next.
Oh, I was pointing out. Close and Herbert.
Oh, I can't forget Representative Herbert.
No, never mind. But I do have a question.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being here today. So for story, I had a son that went to school and for grad school, and he couldn't get any loans other than private loans. And the only way he could get any forgiveness while other people took, loans that, weren't private, a lot of these people got their money paid back. And now he is stuck with huge nut. However, with this program, that they have, if you work for a nonprofit for 10 years, you get, they pay the rest of the loan off, what's left. Is that what will happen with this program since this is private, even though it's put through the New Hampshire, whatever it was called, Advantage?
Yes, Representative, thank you. Great question. I wish I knew the answer with confidence. Really because the state's not the lender, we try not to get too entangled in the ins and outs of the actual loans to the students. That's really for them to do. But, I think the federal student loan forgiveness program, as far as I'm aware, is for federal student loans only. And if I recall, the New Hampshire Advantage Group used to be a servicer of federal loans. I don't believe that they are anymore. Right, I'm seeing some shaking heads back there. So I think these are a separate thing. This is a private nonprofit doing loans for people in New Hampshire. Yeah.
Just your information, your Representative Post? Representative Post? Have your son refinance his loans through a federal agency, and they have the new program that the government just had. I can't remember what it's called, but if you refinance them through that, they will do it, and it'll become a federal loan, then he'll qualify. If I can remember the name, I'll tell you what the program is.
Okay, now Representative Ammon has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Just to play off some of the previous questions, let's say me and a whole bunch of my young friends took out loans through this bond, and other people are getting their loans paid off, but we're not. So we say we're not going to pay our loans either, and we all do it at the same time, and the bond goes, in default. Whose credit rating is at risk? I understand the borrower, but is the state agency or the state itself, is their credit rating at risk?
Thank you, Representative. The state or any agency is most certainly not at risk. We're not guaranteeing the bond or
Correct.
putting our name on it, our name is there as issuer, but we're not putting our credit behind it. The entity that would be at risk would be the New Hampshire Higher Education Loan Corporation. They're the obligor. They're the ones who are borrowing the money to then go lend it. And if they can't pay their bond back, it's a lot of people's problem, but it's not the state's problem.
Just a quick follow-up. Does it affect your ability to issue the next bond, whatever that may be for? Does it affect your ability to do that?
Thank you. It does not affect the BFA or the state's ability to issue bonds for any other project. It might affect that student loan corporation's ability to borrow debt in the future if they default. But that's pretty understandable. Yeah.
Okay, Representative Rafter.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. How much money do you expect to float each year in bonds, and would you expect it to be an ongoing yearly event?
That's a great question, Representative. I believe there were $0 in bonds issued for the last several years. There was, I think, 20 or 30 million in total issued in the most recent 12 months. The first time in quite a long time, and it actually has to do with the interest rate dynamics that Representative Thaxton introduced before. So that difference between the regular bond rate and the tax-exempt rate is 25%, right, reduction. That's only meaningful enough if rates are high enough to make the discount sort of worth it in the market versus kind of transaction fees and things like that. So this was the first time in quite some time. The Student Loan Corporation tells me they expect the interest rate environment to be such that they'll be kind of in the market looking for bonds for the next couple years. Outside of that, it becomes difficult to predict.
Yeah. Follow up?
Further question, may I inquire?
There's been a lot of issues with student loan servicers over the years. Who will be servicing these loans?
They, I believe, service their own loans in-house. And I'm not a regulatory body, but Dr. Google, they have a pretty high rating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no more cards, so we will close the public hearing, and that's Bill 334. And
Same one as last week. Did you have this one?
no, I didn't have the chocolate. It looks like a brownie. Final bill of the day, Senate Bill 515 relative to consumer guaranteed contracts. And we have a stand-in here. Okay. We're gonna do it daily. Annette? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Daley Fournette, and I'm the Senate Majority Caucus Director. I was asked to introduce this bill on behalf of Senator Lang. SB 515 would make modifications and updates to consumer guarantee contracts and is a request of the Insurance Department. The Insurance Department testified in the Senate that there has been an influx of unbranded mailers, and the department has received quite a few complaints regarding this issue. So this bill will help tighten up the state law so that unbranded mailers would need to identify themselves. I'm going to keep it very brief today since it's an insurance department request. I would defer any questions to them. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Good job.
Keep it very, very brief for you.
We don't want a story from you. Okay. So are you guys going to do tag team? Yeah. Okay. James Fox and Joshua Hillard. You last this committee long enough, you'll find out every insurance employee. James has been around a long time.
I've been around 12 years. And I've been coming here for 20 years, my previous job. My name is James Fox. I'm the PNC Director at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I'm joined by Josh Hilliard, who's our enforcement counsel at the department. This bill kind of impacts both what I do, which is PNC, and what Josh does with his enforcement. The statute we're addressing is a 415C, which is consumer guarantee contracts, which have kind of a unique distinction at the department that they're not insurance, but they're similar enough to insurance that they're regulated by the department. What they are basically is if you buy a car and they said you would do like an extended warranty, that's a consumer guarantee contract. If you go to a store and buy pretty much anything, they'll offer you an extended warranty. The reason we're modernizing or increasing regulation on the bill is that we've had basically the good actors in this area, the gray area actors, and then the bad actors. We're not worried about the good actors, but the gray area and the bad actors have become a concern of recent times. There seem to be more people out there issuing these contracts, have not registered with the department. We're not able to properly basically regulate them because we're not sure who they are. So who gets hurt by that is the most vulnerable people in our population. A lot of times it's seniors. Josh will get into that a little later, but they receive phone calls from companies that aren't really 415C contracts, and they can, for example, give out their banking information, and then they've compromised their banking, and then once they do that, then they can get many phone calls in a day, every day, and it becomes both a problem for the senior and for the seniors' families. We partnered with AARP on addressing these issues. And what we've basically done is taken 415C, which is the consumer guarantee contracts, and made a few changes to it. The first change is we've strengthened identification in it, so we know who the obligors are, which that would be like the insurance company for insurance, and then who the administrators and the sellers are. So we know each layer of person that's going to be interacting with consumers. And that way, whatever we get information-wise, we can trace it back to the obligor and then contact the obligor and have them make the necessary changes to whatever their behavior is. We'd also be able to find out that the entity we're dealing with is not registered with us, and then we take a different tact and try to stop them from operating in the state at all. Next thing that we did, much like insurance, if everybody doesn't know, we receive almost all insurance forms, and we review most of them. Review 415C contracts, so now the 415C companies will be submitting their forms to us for us to review to make sure that they meet the standards of 415C. And then the last piece, it looks a little, the actual bill looks longer, but a lot of it was actually just reorganization. The last piece is we have more prohibited acts. And in particular, we're not going to allow unbranded solicitations. So if you've ever gotten a mailer saying, your vehicle is in trouble because it's not been You don't, your liability coverage or your coverage for your car is running out. You must contact the company, and then they don't say who they are.
Whatever car you have.
Right. In the past,
I love that when they send it for my sobs.
right, and Chairman Hunt, I'm sure when you get it, you throw it in the trash. But you know, a lot of seniors go, "Oh my God, is this the registration for my car? I better call. Am I in trouble?" So unbranded, those are not allowed. So now we can say public service announcements. If you receive an unbranded flyer, that is illegal, and everybody should throw it in the trash. Very simply. We also are not going to allow the high pressure tactics, which is you must respond with this many days. You're at risk. Your car's at risk. You could be liable for thousands of dollars. Those are all going to be illegal. And anything that's targeted at seniors in particular is also going to be illegal if this passes and gets signed. So we spend, and I want to emphasize that we spend a lot of time working with the good actors and their industry representatives, and they've been very helpful, and they have a similar concern because they don't want a bad name for their industry. So there are a lot of good actors out there. They did help us with the bill. We went back and forth, and we think we've developed a bill that will increase protections for the consumers, basically from us being able to regulate better, to know who we're regulating, and basically be able to stop them. Like high pressure flyers weren't illegal prior to this. But I will now hand it over to Josh to explain a little bit more from the enforcement perspective, both prior to the bill and what the bill would be like after the bill.
Sure. Thank you, James. So as part of the enforcement division, I have the honor of trying to look into any of these complaints that come into the department. And we've received many, many complaints, dozens of complaints from consumers, both those who have purchased these products and those who have not purchased, but who continue to receive mailers or calls that they find harassing. But one of the difficulties we oftentimes have is identifying who exactly is behind it, because there's no name on these mailers. Myself and my team has spent countless hours trying to track down some of these entities, calling these numbers, where it's been actually very difficult. That we've had some of these companies be very abusive towards myself and some of the people I work with when we try to track down who these people are and make it known to them that we regulate you in the state. You're a consumer guarantee contract provider or seller, and we need to know more about who is the obligor backing this, who are you selling this, who are you selling to. And it's been quite difficult without any sort of structure in terms of what's required on these mailers. So in my eyes, this is one of the most important changes, though the others that James mentioned are also very important in terms of changes of tightening up this market. And like he said, really going after the bad actors in this market while still providing plenty of space for many of those good actors who work in this market to continue to service New Hampshire consumers. Happy to take any questions.
You do any solvency tests? Do we get financials?
The companies are required to post a bond, but other than that, there's no solvency tests.
Okay. Because that's the whole reason it was given to the insurance department in the first place. These guaranteed contracts was because that's your expertise. But okay, so they do have to post a bond.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Are these extended warranties? Is this what you're talking about? When
Oh.
at the point of sale, they try to have you sign something, you want an extended guarantee?
Correct. Oftentimes they're called extended warranties or service contracts, and they're on things such as automobiles. Sometimes you get mailers about home warranties or different sorts of consumer products as well.
Walmart does this for just about everything you buy there except for food.
If you plug it in, Walmart does it.
And just to be clear, it's not only at the point of sale. You're probably not as worried about the
mailers.
point of sale when it's the cold calls and mailings that are probably much more of the problem.
Okay.
Okay, Representative Thaxton?
What about phone solicitations? Since I've been here this morning, I've had at least 4 calls come through on my cell phone where they're soliciting, warranties or your car, the gasket on your warranty on your car that you sold 3 years ago is expired. And it's absurd. And I don't even know where they get these. I don't really understand where they get my number or what vehicle I own. And so, if you pick the phone up, there's a long pause. This is where, the over 70, the older people here, you get these phone calls and there's a gurgling and a banging sound, and then you wind
Right.
up with
That's when I hang up.
in a phone room, and it's somebody who may not have the best understanding of the English language, and they're trying to sell you a warranty or something. Is that covered under this bill, or is it just mailings?
No, that would be also, that would be saying, that would be an illegal extended warranty that would be prohibited.
Let alone it violates the do not call if you're listed as a do not call. If you have never done business with them before.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. Is there such thing as an actual legitimate car warranty? If you listen to their advertisements, they say, buy this coverage and you'll be covered for all the repairs
Bumper to
for
bumper.
covered repairs. Nothing is covered. That's my experience. Nothing is covered.
3 miles or 3 hours, whichever.
Well, that's why we're going to have form review too, that they have to submit the forms for our review. It's a longstanding rule in insurance. You can't give out illusory coverage. So if it was an illusory coverage in 415C, we would also be able to block that. But again, as I said, there are good actors in the market. And then there's a gray area, and then there's the absolute bad scam people who aren't registered and you're just basically trying to get your money. And we're trying to sort everybody out and make sure we can identify everybody. And then after this is in place for a few years, we'll have a better understanding of who exactly everybody is. So this is, to a certain extent, maybe a step one. I mean, if we find we're able to block the bad actors and that we don't need to do anything any further, then we would be done. But if this, in the next few years, and insurance always takes a little time to catch up, we determine that more needs to be done, then we'll be back.
And I should add that department has been taking action against the bad actors we have been able to identify, and has both taken administrative action through the hearings process, as well as entered into consent orders with a number of these entities where number of them either left the state or agreed to terms to comply with the current state law as it is, or face further financial penalties.
Representative Grassi.
None of this would cover offshore companies that are doing the scammers, people that are not in the United States.
No, if they're acting, if they're calling you in the United States or contacting or sending you a mailer in the United States, then they need to be registered here, just like any insurance company that's acting in the United States. Now, those entities may not care. I mean, they're just going to do what they do. But that's why we want to try to organize what would constitute a good company. For example, no unbranded mailers and no high pressure tactics, and then we can more confidently go to the public in New Hampshire, and that's one of the things we're doing with the AARP, and try to make it clear that if you receive something like an unbranded mailer, or if you receive a cold call that is not tied, you should tell them to put it in the mail to you, and you'll review it, but don't buy anything over the phone. I mean, that would be rule number one. We could already do that, and we have done that with AARP in different presentations, but it's harder to get the mailers down because they weren't illegal mailers. They were just unwise to respond to. Now they'll be illegal.
Is it mail fraud?
That's not our jurisdiction. It could be. I'm not sure.
I mean, under the postal?
I don't know. Yeah, could be.
Okay. Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. I'm just confused by one couple lines in the bill, and maybe you can explain it. Page 3, line 25. The consumer does not have no consumer guarantee contract shall provide that the consumer does not have the right to bring an action to enforce the terms of the contract or otherwise challenge it. Now it's like page 3, line 25. So letter C there.
Yeah, Roman numeral 4.
Just if you just explain why that is needed in the bill. I just don't understand it.
Yeah, you got to go back to what the Roman numeral.
Right, I understand it's a prohibition against
no
a contract that says you can't enforce the contract. I didn't know that was a possible thing you could put in a contract.
Well, that's one of the concerns, that these contracts have things in them that you would think wouldn't be there, but are there. I mean, I had I had one contract where I read and it said we provide coverage for scratches and dentless repair of dings, or some repair, so some minor repair. And then the exclusion had exactly what the coverage was. So you'd be. I know it sounds like, why would you need to put that? Why would you have something that says you can't say the consumer is not a party to the contract?
Right.
But that's what the contracts are.
They're assuming the person doesn't read it.
Right. And then
But is that legally enforceable?
probably not, but that again. So if you're sending it to an unsophisticated person, and then some people may just think they're out of luck. So that's why we want to get, so our intent is to get the forms, and then what we do is we're going to do a kind of an audit of the forms. We'll pull so many of them and kind of just keep reviewing them on a rotating basis, and we catch things that shouldn't be in there because they're literally listed here, shouldn't be in there, or anything we think is deceptive, we'll have it removed.
All right, thank you.
So if we were going to set a general rule of thumb that a contract, an extended warranty contract that is sold in the retail environment that you just purchased, i.e. Walmart, that one is probably going to be okay. That contract is, they probably, or Staples always wants to sell when you buy something. But it's anything that is done through mail, email, text, or phone call.
And I know Josh wants to say one thing, but I would say that the larger the retailer, the closer you are to be being in a good position. But
Okay.
the smaller the retailer, I think sometimes they get contacted and they're saying, well, if you sell these, almost like we will sell these for you. We'll do a mailer, put your name at the top, and then that retailer doesn't have a lot of knowledge about what's going on. They're getting a kind of a commission. So but I would say the larger the
So there
entity,
are examples of
Amazon is a classic. They do a lot of that, and Walmart does. And so my somewhat unsophisticated opinion is that the smaller the entity, the more likely they might just be partnering with someone who said that this is something that
An
can be
add-on.
sold in
Right.
kind of as an adjacent item to what you're selling, and it has value, and we'll let you have some of that value. But I'll let Josh say.
One of the things I would add, Chairman Hunt, is that when it's at a point of sale like that, the consumer knows where to go when there's a concern. They can reach out to the Walmart or the Staples, and if they call us, they can say, I purchased this from Walmart or Staples. The big issue we've been facing is when consumers have purchased these products sort of sight unseen. They receive a mailer that has no branding, they receive a call, and they provide their information, and that sale goes through, and then they come to us and say, I bought this service contract and I'm not getting any of the benefits. And then it's a real hurdle for us to even identify who we need to be taking action against in order to make sure they're complying with the terms of the contract for the consumer.
Great. Yes, Representative Grassing.
Yeah, to follow up on Representative Ammons' question, if you look at line 21, it says those provisions are not allowed in any contracts.
Yeah, I totally understood that.
Yeah, okay.
I was just curious why we would have to prohibit it.
Prohibit what is obviously nonsense. Right.
And I would just like to add one thing. We're saying that we have people who come and say they didn't receive anything, but there's also we have had some relatives call and say that I was checking my mother or my father's bank account, and there's a charge on there, and it looks like it says auto protection, and can you look into that for us? Is that insurance? And it's one of these bad actor companies, and we say, well, did your parent receive anything in the mail? No. Basically, they bought something over the phone, never received a contract, and all they ended up getting was a charge on their checking account.
Get rid of that landline. Over 70, no landline for
And
you.
I know it, but we have had people who've had to change their phone number because of the situation.
Yeah, no, I can see that for sure. Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I have one card here, Travis Moore, who comes all the way from Kansas City to tell us why the good guys want this bill. Kansas City.
All right. Good afternoon. Chairman Hunt and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in front of you this afternoon. My name is Travis Moore, and I am General Counsel for the Service Contract Industry Council. We're a national trade association that represents the nation's leading service contract providers and administrators. And of course, as you've just heard, service contracts means extended warranties, home warranty, really any type of product that would protect your financial interests in everything from a cell phone to a motor vehicle to your household systems and appliances. As you've heard today, I would like to think that I'm here today representing those good guys in this space. These are valuable products that a lot of consumers depend on to protect their finances. The average American consumer cannot afford a $400 or more unexpected expense. And that's happens all the time, from normal wear and tear and breakdown from your vehicle to your appliances or your HVAC system in your home, whatever the case might be. And these products help those consumers cover those expenses. And so there are really valuable products that our members offer, and we want them to be available to consumers in New Hampshire, and we want to support the good actors that are offering those products and doing it the right way. And that goes from servicing claims all the way to marketing. And that's why I'm here today to encourage you to support this bill. I want to thank the Department of Insurance, who has been very good about working with us and reaching out early on to make sure that we understand what this bill does and how we can help the insurance department to address concerns within the industry that frankly damage the reputation of the industry. I've already heard it from some of you. I know that there are bad actors out there and there's bad conduct, and frankly, that makes my job a heck of a lot harder, and it's not good for my member companies. So for those reasons, we really do support this legislation, and we would encourage you to vote ought pass. And with that, I'm happy to be a punching bag if you've had a bad experience with service contracts and take any questions that you might have.
Right, but the point being is that you want to sell these things, you want to keep business, so you want to get rid of the bad actors, so we won't be so gun shy when these products are offered to us.
Yes, absolutely.
So I have good and bad stories. So. My best story is when Volvo sold me a warranty on my tires of my car, my Volvo V90, which you might know is a very limited edition that Volvo sold, and they sold it with Pirelli tires. And I go, I don't know about Pirelli. They really have a bad reputation there. And he says, okay, well, we'll sell you this for $1,200. We'll sell you a warranty on those wheels. And sure enough, it didn't take me more than 3 months before those Pirelli started popping on me. And so that was absolutely worthwhile, that warranty that I got. And got Michelin's instead.
I did want to also, Chairman Hunt, address, you mentioned earlier financial assurance provisions, which are an important part of how these products get offered. And I did want to stress that the current consumer guarantee contract law does have financial assurance provisions in it. They're relatively consistent with the NAIC model approach to regulating these products. And so while there's a bond, it's actually there are actually 3 different options for how companies comply with the financial assurance. It's not just a bond. If you opt for the bond, you also have to maintain a funded reserve account that's 40% of any of the premiums received for these contracts. And if you don't do that, then you would have to maintain a contract liability insurance policy that backs these products. So if anything happens, that insurance policy actually makes sure the claim is paid. So there are
well, it's an insurance product behind the insurance product. This is kind of like reinsurance.
Kind of like reinsurance.
Great. Yeah. So, all right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much.
And I have no more cards. So we are done. Okay. I don't see Carrie.
They're all out there.
I know, but I don't see.
We're waiting for an amendment.
Yeah. It's the first bill we took up.
Oh, thanks for that.
But you weren't here.
Yeah.
It was,
the first bill.
Yeah.
I'm not on that committee.
No, this is.
No, we have to,
second.
yeah. It shouldn't take long. It's not printed. Chris is working on it.
Yeah, that goes right there.
But I would have expected to see about
Okay. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to open up the subcommittee on Senate Bill 407. And I am here, Purcell's here, Representative McHugh's here, and Representative Spear is sitting in for Representative Gibbs, and Representative Burrows is here. Okay, so Alex, you want to take the hot seat for us, please? And tell us what we have in front of us.
Okay. I just realized I was probably going to be asked to do that.
Well, we didn't ask
Okay.
you to tell a story yet, but
Oh, yeah, once upon a time, there was an amendment. This amendment has three parts. The first thing I'd like to mention, it has now become a session law because basically it is a directive to carry out a project that will be finished within the year. At the advice of Legislative Services, I agreed that it should be written up as a session law. And it has, I think, three main components. The first is the cost reporting requirement. So there's a requirement on ground ambulance providers in the state to submit cost reports. The cost report will be designed by the actuarial and accounting expert that gets retained to receive the reports, but that expert is encouraged to use the Medicare cost reporting template that already exists and that people are familiar with. And which I understand is no small task to complete. And the Commissioner of Safety has the enforcement authority to set a deadline for the submission of those cost reports, which deadline will be worked out in consultation with the insurance commissioner, who's responsible for making sure that this project moves along at a pace sufficient to be completed by the end of the year. So after the cost reporting, there's a process set up for the retention of an actuarial accounting expert, which will go through the New Hampshire Health Plan, which is a quasi-governmental entity that's supervised by the insurance commissioner and that performs specific government functions around health insurance markets. So that entity has the authority to assess health carriers to perform these functions, and that assessment is the funding mechanism that will pay for the cost of the study. So step two then is the assessment and the retention of the actuarial and accounting expert. And then step three is the collection of the information and the putting together of a report, which will summarize the cost information and which will also require this firm to establish what did I call it? An illustrative fee schedule. So what would a fee schedule look like, statewide fee schedule look like that actually paid based on cost, the cost-based reimbursement system. So, so the third step is actually the sort of the work of collecting the information and putting together a report, which includes description of costs, this illustrative fee schedule, and an actuarial estimation of what the impact would be on health insurance premiums of a cost-based reimbursement model. If you want to add a fourth step, it would just be the submission of the report, which contains this information.
Okay, I guess that I want to accentuate or emphasize is starting at line 12, what we're beginning the effective date. And the process providing this contracting within conducting the study, the costs incurred, the revenue collected by the ground ambulance providers related to the provisions of ground ambulance services in the state, including the cost of sustaining a reasonable operating margin in support of the expectation that the ground ambulance providers in the state maintain readiness to meet demand for the services. So it's not about just being fee for service here. We're talking about we are going to consider the cost of the equipment and having the proper equipment and personnel to provide the services that we all hope to get from our ambulances.
Yes, during the summit meetings, we heard loud and clear that part of operating costs is this more intangible cost of readiness.
And this is directly from what came out of the summit. From
Yeah,
this
we
past
took
summer.
our guidance from that.
So we're staying on that and on the task of ultimately addressing balance billing.
Yes.
Okay?
Next question.
Yes. Yep.
The study would assume that all payers paid the same rate, I believe. Could you, that's a little bit different than what we were talking about.
No, I think
previously.
it's the same as what we were talking about. If the costs of providing services were defined in a way that took into account the fact that certain payers don't pay costs up to that cost level, then the notion of cost-based reimbursement for the commercial payers that are only 10% of the market would be like absurdly inflated. I worked out a little mathematical example of what that might mean, but just in support of this idea that cost-based reimbursement has to be, well, let me just back up and say that one of the fire chiefs who participated in the summit would frequently just talk about his costs in terms of the overall operating costs divided by the number of services they provide per year. And that results in a single number, which is their cost regardless of who the payer is. So we're taking a similar approach to that. And I'm also saying that cost-based reimbursement doesn't really make sense if you have to take into account that certain payers are not up to that level.
Just a quick follow-up.
Further questions?
So out of this study, yesterday or the day before, yesterday it was, we were talking about 325% of Medicare for the commercial, the two commercial payers that we have.
Right.
This study isn't going to give us a magic number of 325 or whatever it should be. We'd have to take the results of the study and then sort of do some calculations outside of the scope of this. Is that right? If we're gonna come
It's
up with a
going to,
magic number.
actually, we are asking the actual expert to provide us with this illustrative statewide rate schedule, which can be compared to Medicare. So we will pretty much get that answer. In fact, they're allowed to illustrate that illustrative rate schedule as a percent of Medicare if they feel that's appropriate.
But it won't be prescriptive of what the payer should pay to make up for the lack of Medicare funding, right?
It would be in an all-payer system.
And it would be treating everyone equally, basically.
Right, and there is such a thing that some states that it requires a federal waiver of Medicare and Medicaid, but there are a few states that have all-payer systems in which all payers pay the same rate for specified service.
That's the goal. That's what we're trying to get to, so to make
Yeah.
this fair. Okay, so this is, yes, Representative Spear?
You have a date of December 31st, 2024, the end of this year. To
Yeah.
Get this report out. What's the risk on that,
Of not meeting the deadline?
of making it?
That certain of us will suffer a lot of pain. In order to meet the deadline. I feel confident enough, yes, with the way it's set up, that we could do that.
Okay, Representative McGill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for putting this together, Alex. What's the relative, what's approximately the cost of this? And the reason I ask is I'm worried, this is going to finance, right?
This is going to
So
finance.
that's a
So
little
we'll
bit,
let them worry about that.
well, that's kind of exactly my worry. Is that we risk.
No, we do have the money that's in this bill. It's going to be funded
by
through
that
the
reference,
healthcare fund. Okay, so we have the money. All finances has to do is agree to allocate the money and budgetarily process it. But we do have the money. This is not coming out of general funds to pay for this study.
So the chairman feels there's relatively low risk that they would say, we don't have the money and you just passed all these bills that are unfunded and you can't do your ambulance study.
If I may respond.
Can I turn my mic off and tell you what I think about finance?
No, I'm really asking because I guess my follow up is, there was some informal discussion about maybe collecting this data over the course of a year or two and sunsetting, and then having the industry basically live with the results, like the real results. Putting in a number, whether it's 150, 200, 325 like other states or whatever, and then collect the real data, and then that's the number.
So the data is
At the end of the
we are
sunset.
looking back. This is not going to look back. So
Retrospect,
it's not. It's,
retrospect.
we're not creating new data. So we're looking back at it, and the subcommittee felt that this is the right way to go.
So
not to try to go ahead and pass numbers and sunset it, and then having the angst of changing the system at that point based upon new numbers. That we think the best answer is for us to spend a little time, do this in an orderly process. I mean, to be frank, I thought that we were going to get something like this right out after the summit met anyways. I was surprised to, that see the bill that came over from the Senate, because that's not what we were expecting.
So since we heard from Alex, 325 number being close to reasonable and customary yesterday, at least that's what I understood.
Right now, if you want to debate the other bill and turn this down and take up another one, that's your opportunity to do that, because this is the subcommittee right now, and you are on the subcommittee.
That's not
But
what,
right now
that's not what
we're-
I'm suggesting. I'm just saying, could we accomplish the same thing and provide some more immediate relief? Or so if we do the study committee bill or the study bill, and it comes back in December, new legislation, then it's effective. So we're looking like about a year
away.
and a half
Year.
out before effective.
It's a year delay no matter what.
Year and a half.
It's a year delay.
ish.
But in the end of the day, that's the appropriate way to do these things. You don't give some money. I mean, I know in your mind that this is critical that they get money right away. But I would venture to say that when you were here 20 years ago, you heard the same issues back then, that how they were underfunded.
Ambulance companies were struggling then too. Correct.
Okay. Yes, Representative Pacelli.
So the end of year completion date is really contingent on being able to get the data. So do you feel that the requirements under Section 1, Roman numeral 1, are sufficient to make sure that you get the data from the ambulance companies? Do you feel that's
Yes, the safety commissioner has the authority to set the due date, and
it will have to be fairly aggressive.
it'll have to be fairly,
aggressive to get all
yes,
this data.
yes. And this also provides that due date gets worked out collaboratively with the insurance commissioner, who's going to be more familiar with the whole project plan.
Right.
But it will have to be aggressive in order to make
And
that
I
happen.
assume they're highly motivated to do it.
Hopefully, yeah.
Representative Spear.
I think I was going to say the same thing. It seems to me if we want to make any movement on this, it would behoove the ambulance companies to get on board and get us the data so we can get something good out as soon as
Yes, she is.
possible.
She's replacing Gibbs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Burrows, moves ought to pass on amendment number 1641. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, you're not on this one. You're not. Oh, he. Oh. No, I didn't have Calabro on here. Okay. 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 It's 6-0. Okay. All right. I didn't even notice that. There we go. Great. Okay. Representative Hunt, second by Representative Burrows, moves ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Vote 6-0. And the exec subcommittee work session is adjourned. Now we'll open up the public, the executive session. And the first bill up, and the only bill, is Senate Bill 407. And I will move the process along. Actually, you're doing this one now. Right? Yeah. Okay. So Representative Hunt, second by Representative Burrows, moves ought to pass on amendment number 1641. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. Remember that?
Okay, so wait a minute.
Yeah, no, you're right. You got a lot of names to change.
Yeah, there's,
Just you do it when you get to it.
okay. Representative Ammon,
Yes.
Matusek,
Yes.
Post,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
McHugh,
Yes.
Rafter,
Yes.
Paxton. Yes. Walsh. Yes. Farrell. Yes. Herbert.
Yes.
Clark. Yes. No Gibbs. No Gibbs.
No Gibbs.
Oh, you're Gibbs. Oh, no, no, no.
No Gibbs.
you
No
can't.
Gibbs.
No
No Gibbs. We have no replacements today.
Right. Whoops. Maclear.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I missed you. Carrie.
Yes.
Spirit
Sullivan.
carry.
Grassy.
We're in the voting mode.
All right. Sullivan. Yes. Grassy.
Yes.
And, oh, I have
Porcelli was
that.
not
Missed
called.
me. You missed me.
Representative Porcelli.
Yes.
Porcelli's after Magoo.
Oh, I thought
Oh,
I heard you.
she checked you.
Is that a yes?
Okay.
Okay, thanks. All right. Let's see, I know, this confused
Did-
me because I have a raptor here.
There you go. You do have it.
Okay.
So that's yeah. He's yes.
Yes. Got it, got it, got it. And Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. 17.
Okay, the motion carries. Vote of 17 is zip. Representative Hunt, second by Representative Burrows, moves ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion?
Representative Ammon.
Yes.
Matusek.
Yes.
Post.
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
Porcelli.
Yes.
Paxton.
Yes.
Walsh.
Yes.
Burrows. Yes. Herbert.
Yes.
Clark. Yes. Maclear.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Grassy.
Yes.
Rafter.
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
So it's gonna be the same. 17-0.
Are you doing the floor?
All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, say aye. Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Yes, I'll do the blurb.
Thank you. I know I get this prepared, but she's not here. Who is she?
Thank you. Thank you. It's a good team effort. Mostly. Yeah.